My boy, upon your way, Jerusalem, stand and face Jerusalem. Blessing of the Sabbath. Barakatha Yahweh, Basham, Yahweh Shai, Asherah, Nathan Lanawa, Hashabeth, Bashalawam, the water, Amen. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it. The Aliyah Ma'az Shirayim Echad, Psalms 121. Anya Harayim Mayimya O Haharim Mayan Yabawa Azarya Yabawa Maya Hawa Shashab Shemayim Warataza La Yanathan Lamawat Regalia Yala Yanawam Shashramarka Hanab La Yanawam Wala Yishan Shashramar Yashrala Yahweh Shemaria Yahweh Tazalia Ayo Ya Yim Ya Yawamam Hashamash La Hakaya Wayarak La Balayela Yahweh Yashamaria Mako Ra Yashamar Napasha Yahweh Yashamar Awalakya Wabuaya my fat will I will Basham Yahweh Shath Wadaman. Psalms 121, a song of degrees. I will lift up mine eyes into the hills from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Amen. Shema Yasharel, Hero Israel. Shema Yasharel, Yahuwah, Elohim, Yahuwah, Echad. Shema Yasharel, Yahuwah, Elohim, Yahuwah, Echad. Shema Yasharel, Yahuwah, Elohim, Yahuwah, Echad. Deuteronomy 6:4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. Amen. Thapala Yahweh, the Lord's Prayer. Abiyanawa Shabbat Shemayim Kudash Hayya Shanka Yahuwah Malakwavka Thaba'a Ratazawanka Hayya Aisha Baratza Kabashamayim Natamanawa Lacham Yawam Zad Wasalaklanawa Kabawat Nawa Kasalak Nawa Kabawat Yanawa Wala Abiyarnawa Ol Nasayawan above Tawashinawa Marai Kaya Lakat Hamalakwa Wa Allah Wa Thaparath Wa Walam Aman. Matthew 6:9. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. Ha'ashara Matazawav, the Ten Commandments. La Yahaya La Ka Alahayim Acharim Alpanyet La Thaisha La Ka Paso Wala Thaibadam La Thalakwaka Shamwa Yahweh Alahayaka La Shawat Zakar Ath Hayawam Hashabath La Kodashwa Kabad Abiyaka Wa Amaka La Thratazak La Thana'at La Thaganab La'ath Ainat Shakur, La'ath Achmad, Ko Asherah Lara'ika Aman. Exodus chapter 20 and verse 3. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. Amen. Yeshabwa, please be seated. Barakatha Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Asherah, Nathan Paria, Gapan, Thawada, Aman. La Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, Af, Yashar Allah. English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the fruit of the vine. Thank you. So be it. To Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, with Israel. Amadwa, Paniwa Yerushalayim, stand and face Jerusalem. Barakatha Yahweh, Haggadah, Rakawam, Abiyah, Wanawa'ah, Eliyawan, Malak Shal Shamayim Warataza Wakal Dabarim Hayayam Wagam Hamashiach Mayahawa Arawanawa Habnawa Apalab Yawa Aitaza Yahawashai Zakarnawa Yahawa Bartazawan Ainka Yashala Zarnawa Bana Wasak Yashala Al Nanawa Yam Yan Aitha Kayawamyam Makwadam Babakusha Shalak Maika Allah wa Tazwadak Alahayam La Maganawa Raparnawa Washama Ilnawa by Kwar Shalak Haroka Shal Yahweh Lanawa Alamanawa Rabiam Kakama Thabawana Wada Aith Shal the Barka Basham Yehoshai the Wada Thum Yed Wywalam Man. English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh, the great, merciful, mighty, terrible, most high power, King of heaven and earth and all things living, and also the anointed from Yahweh, our Lord, our friend, the wonderful counselor, Yahweh Shai. Remember, Yahweh, favorably your people Israel. Help us build and gather Israel, most high, we beg you, right now, like the days of old. Please send Michael and the righteous powers to protect us, heal us, and watch over us. Mainly send the spirit of Yahweh Shai to us to teach us much wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of thy word. In the name of Yahweh Shai, thank you always and forever. So be it. Repeat the Hebrew only. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law. Barak atah Yahweh, ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, asherah, natan lanawa, hatawarak. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us light to see. Barak atah Yahweh, ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, asherah, natan lanawa, awar, lara awath. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people. Barak atah Yahweh, ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, asherah, natan lanawa, karan, hayo, lakorab, ha'ain. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel. Barak atah Yahweh, ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, asherah, natan lanawa, hashaman, zayef, lamashak, yasha'ala. Yeshabwa, be seated. All right, so unmuted, volume's good. So, Shalom Yasharala. So, Shalom everybody here in Philly. Shalom everybody watching on live stream, and Shalom everyone listening in on teleconference. Welcome to Hayashal Kanas, or the Congregation of Israel, where we teach that the so-called Black, Latin, Native Americans, or the 12 tribes of Israel, once lost, now found, and that we fall into a lower state politically, economically, even religiously, because we broke the laws of God found in the Bible given to us by Moses, and that we come out of this lower state that we fall into by turning back to these commandments we broke, by following Jesus Christ as our example, who did no sin, neither was guile found in his mouth. One way that we do that is by keeping the Sabbath day holy, which comes every week from Friday sundown to Saturday sundown. And what we do regularly here is that we keep the Sabbath service. And today's Sabbath service, we're going to be going through in the Apocrypha, Ecclesiasticus, chapters 25 and 26. Once again, in the Apocrypha, Ecclesiasticus, also called the Wisdom of Jesus, son of Sirach, chapters 25 and 26. My name is Nabia Zerubbabel. I'll be doing the service this morning. And just write down for your records that according to the Gregorian calendar, it would be March 27th, 2021. And that according to the Hebrew calendar, it would be the 13th month and the 15th day. And, understanding, of course, goes out there to other camps right now, because we know some camps might be keeping this as the first month. That's what we're going to do initially as well, upon looking forward even further into the future. We made an adjustment to make sure that the next major holy days coming up in 2021 and 2022 align with the seasons that they're supposed to fall in. We elected to keep a 13th month this year. And hopefully between now and the summer going into the fall, we can come up with some, this summer next, which will be the next major holy day. As far as the next season that will come in, we can keep those holy days around the same time, at least us and other camps out there that are like-minded. So, if you're going to keep it this week, by all means, just make sure you keep it within, of course, the guidelines that the law prescribes. It's just like anything, like if you say you weren't able to keep a Passover, say, the timing of when we keep it wasn't a question, but you couldn't keep it because you were unclean for a reason or one reason or another, you would still keep it in the second month anyway, in the 15th day, like the law says. But like I said, we elected to keep a 13th month before going into the new year, so that when we keep the first fruits in the summer and the tabernacles in the fall, that the holy days will line up in their proper seasons. So yes, we are in the spring season, but we want to make sure that the next holy days align those seasons as well. And hopefully those can be coordinated as well between us and between the other congregations. Like I said, it was a more recent revelation upon looking at the holy days going forward. So we just wanted to make sure that for the next major holy days in these next coming seasons, this year and next, that they align with the seasons. But either way, we still keep the Sabbath holy from Friday sundown to Saturday sundown. Let's read Ecclesiasticus 25 and 26. Let's see here. So first, let's go to Ecclesiasticus 25 in verse 1. Bookmark this before we get going. So if we remember from last time we were reading Ecclesiasticus, we were checking out the importance of wisdom, right? And all her glory and all the things that she reveals to a man or woman who seeks her out, right? So now let's go forward into Ecclesiasticus 25 as it talks about the things that wisdom can show us or give us in real time, right? When we apply it. So it says in Ecclesiasticus 25 and 1, in three things I was beautified and stood up beautiful, both before God and men, right? The I here is wisdom. That's the subject when you read the previous chapter. So wisdom was beautified and stood up beautiful in these three things. It says the unity of brethren, 1, the love of neighbors, 2, a man and a wife that agreed together, 3, right? So a nice list of 3 things that when wisdom is upheld, these things happen, right? These things are realized. It says the unity of brethren. So with 25 and 1, we can link this with Psalms 133 in verse 1, where it says the same thing, right? Which Psalms 133, it reads, Psalms 133 and 1, behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity, right? So you see here that the psalmist, I think David in particular, is accredited to writing this psalm. He notices how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. So it's in accord with, or in concord with what it says in Sirach, we read in Ecclesiasticus. Then as you read verse 2 and 3, it says, it is, referring to that pleasantness of brethren dwelling together. It says, it is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down the beard, even Aaron's beard that went down into the skirts of his garment. So it's comparing it to like the anointing oil that would run down Aaron's beard when he would anoint his head, right? And how it would run down his garments. Then it says in verse 3, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there, Yahweh, when you see Lord in all caps, you say his name in the ancient Hebrew, Yahweh, commanded the blessing, even life forevermore, right? So these are beautiful things that the Most High says or acknowledges as what? Something that he loves, or something that his wisdom is beautified in when it's observed. Then it says not only the unity of brethren, but it also says the love of neighbors. So with the love of neighbors, we can link that with Leviticus chapter 19. Leviticus chapter 19, and I'll read verses 17 and 18 to go with that part. So Leviticus 19 and 17 reads, it says, thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart, right? When you read other scriptures, your brother is talking about what? Your fellow Hebrew man or Hebrew woman, right? Of the 12 tribes of Israel, right? When we read other scriptures, it says, thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart. It says, thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor and not suffer sin upon him. So we see here it calls your brother your neighbor, right? Something else we need to keep in mind as well. When we look at the law and put ourselves in the mix as far as how we're supposed to keep the law in the land the Most High blessed us with, Our neighbors were our fellow Israelites, right? Whether they were of our tribe or of a different tribe, say we lived on the border, right? Where our tribe may have started, and then after our landmark, the next tribe may have started. We think about it now from a place in captivity, it might be our people, it might be a heathen, right? Because the way that housing is arranged here in Babylon the Great, also known as America. But when you put yourself in the context of being an Israelite in the land, your neighbor's supposed to be your brother or your sister when we're in our inheritance. So it says, thou shalt anyways rebuke the neighbor and not suffer or allow sin upon him. Verse 18 says, thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people. Our people, right? Israel. It says, but thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. I am the Lord. Right? So love of neighbors. This is, Christ talks about this as being the second greatest commandment. Right? When he was asked what's the greatest commandment of all, he put this as number 2. It's kind of interesting because a lot of our so-called Christian brothers and sisters that are in the world not knowing the truth about what it means to truly be a Christian, a follower of Christ, they'll say, yeah, it's only about keeping the 10 commandments. But when Christ was asked what was the greatest commandment of all, the 2 commandments he started with, neither one of them were part of the 10 commandments, right? Just showing us that 10 commandments are important, but they're not the only laws that we're supposed to keep. So something else you can look at there, and something else that you can acknowledge and point out to those who might be under the impression that, oh, it's only about the 10 commandments and that's it. That's all we have to follow. Now let's go back to Ecclesiasticus 25. And then finally it says a man and a wife that agree together, right? So it kind of works from the grand scheme of things down to the family unit, right? Because man and woman come together and they had children, right? That's the family body. And you have many families that make a community of neighbors. And in many communities of neighbors make up a nation, right? So it's a beautiful thing when all those things are in concord one with another. And of course, on a spiritual level, we get to acknowledge coming together in the unity of the faith and that we believe in Christ while we are rehearsing these righteous acts, trying to get these things right and perfectly. We just ask the Most High be with us in how we go about doing that, right? As we come together and counsel and learn more and more about his law and how to keep it properly. You know, we may make mistakes here and there. It's not about always getting it right. It's about what you do when you get it wrong, right? So Ephesians chapter 4, I'll read verse 3 and also verse 13. Ephesians chapter 4, I'll read 3 and then I'll jump down to 13. So Ephesians 4 and 3 reads, endeavoring to keep the unity of the Spirit in the bond of peace, right? As far as us walking in Christ, as Paul is writing to the brothers and sisters that are in Ephesus, he compels them to do this. Also in verse 13, it says, till we all come in the unity of the faith and of the knowledge of the Son of God, referring to Christ or Mashiach, unto a perfect man, unto the measure of the stature of the fullness of Christ, right? That's us taking on the character of Christ more and more as the days go ahead, getting closer to his second coming. Ephesians 4, verse 3 and also verse 13. One more verse and then we'll continue on. Also, Amos chapter 3 and verse 3, you can write down as a reference, which tells us, can two walk together lest they be agreed? So Amos chapter 3 and verse 3. Yes, as I just stated, can two walk together except they be agreed, right? So while you can walk with someone physically, spiritually, the way you walk with someone is that what? You share the same principles, you share the same laws, statutes, and commandments as far as how you conduct yourself, right? Your way of thinking, your way of feeling, and your way of acting in the world. All right, so back to Ecclesiasticus chapter 25. Let's read on in verse 2 now. Verse 2, it says, "Three sorts of men my soul hateth, and I am greatly offended at their life." So now he's going to go into some things that he does not like. So we have some favorite things. Now we have some not so favorite things. "Three sorts of men my soul hateth, and I am greatly offended at their life." It says, and then a poor man that is proud, a rich man that is a liar, and an old adulterer that doteth. So a poor man that is proud, right? So we know being proud, right? That's not righteous, right? We know that that's like a poison of the flesh, so to speak, as opposed to its opposite, being humble, being meek. That's a fruit of the spirit that we should aspire to have, right? In humility, in righteousness, right? Because you have people who deal in humility, the concept, but it's not according to righteousness. We're talking about humility from a righteous standpoint. Be humble for the Heavenly Father and what He's talking about and what He understands. So, for a poor man that is proud, you can just link this Proverbs chapter 6. I'll read 16 and then the first precept in 17. So Proverbs chapter 6. '16, it reads, "These six things doeth the Lord hate, yes, seven are an abomination unto him." So here in the Proverbs of Solomon, he's saying what? Six things do the Lord hate, seven are abomination unto him. Another good verse to show that yes, the Heavenly Father does hate, right? He's love, he created love and hate, right? While he's a God of love, he also despises the opposite, meaning things that he does not love. Right? If you love one thing, naturally you're going to love the opposite, right? And that's okay. That doesn't put the Heavenly Father in a box, right? That's the reason why we have love and hate. We get it from him whose image we're made in. But then it says, the first precept says, a proud look, right? So Most High hates a proud look. Here in Ecclesiasticus, it's talking about a proud look of a poor man, right? Because, physically, if you're poor, right, you should definitely be humble. You should be humble even if you're rich, but especially if you're poor, right? That's why he's saying a poor man that is proud is something that he despises, right? Because it's an easy thing for the Heavenly Father to take someone who's poor and then raise him or her up, right? Bless him or her to where they have what? Means, whereas before they didn't. But it's going to be something that it's going to be tough to come by if you're proud. Back in 25 and 2, a poor man that is proud, then it says a rich man that is a liar. So reading on here in Proverbs 6 and 17, the second precept says a lying tongue. See that? So you can look at Proverbs 6, 16, and 17 for both those precepts where it says a proud look and a lying tongue, right? So we see that both Solomon and Sirach despise that, right? A rich man that is a liar. You can also write down Leviticus chapter 19 and verse 11. Leviticus 19 and 11, as it deals with lying, right? Leviticus chapter 19 and verse 11 reads, Ye should not steal, neither deal falsely, neither lie one to another. Right? So we're told as Israel to what? To not steal, nor to deal falsely with one another, neither lie to one another. Right? So it's very specific, not lying one to another, which we can connect to, even though it's a different law, but it connects to what? Out of the 10 Commandments, the 9th commandment, which says, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor, right? Which is an example of lying, right? Bearing false witness. But in the last part of Ecclesiasticus 25, it says, an old adulterer that doteth, right? Right? Which you look up doting, right? That word to dote, it means to bestow or express expressive love. Excessive love, habitually, right? So it's saying these are things that a righteous person's soul should despise, right? Because there's nothing wrong with love. When you do it and you do it or overdo it, it's easy to fall into what? Respect of persons, right? And lust of the flesh. When you overdo that, when you overindulge in something like that, right? If you're not careful, which goes against love, actually, which is, you loving them with a pure, righteous love, right? Not just one that's personal, one that becomes vain as it goes outside of the guidelines of the scriptures, outside the guidelines of the law. An example of that you can see also in Proverbs when you go to chapter 7. Proverbs chapter 7. Just going into an observation that Solomon was making when he was looking in the city and just taking in a situation or a scenario of folly being done in Israel. Proverbs chapter 7. I'll read 18 and I'll just read down to 20. It says Proverbs chapter 7 and verse 18. This is a woman, she takes hold of a young man, it says void of understanding. And she's tempting him and telling this young man, yes, come to my house, right? And that, I'm going to read it. Proverbs chapter 7 and verse 18, it says, come, let us take our fill of love until the morning. Let us solace ourselves with loves. 19, for the good man is not at home. He is gone a long journey. 20, he had taken a bag of money with him and will come at the day appointed, right? So an adulterer or an adulteress that doteth, right, can be tempted in this way to then what? Go against their marriage, and even if they aren't married, still go ahead and commit adultery with someone, right? Or I should say, in that case, fornicate, right? Where fornication is just an unlawful sexual act, right? Adultery being an example of fornication. But we know all fornication isn't necessarily adultery per se, but all adulteries are fornications. So we see that example here that he illustrates in this chapter, right? If anything, when you become older, a brother or a sister, if anything, you want to be more mature, which means you're more you're wiser in how you exercise the commandments, as well as keeping the fruits of the spirit, so you could be an example to other young brothers and sisters, right? Not like this, and it's just not a good thing to see the elders of our people, just not being able to or not willing to exert self-control in this regard or other regards too, right? It's like the youth look at them and say, man, look at this. He just out here, chasing men or chasing women. right? Uh, it just looks strange, right? Looks kind of weird. Like, shouldn't you be, more reserved, right? More settled down, to say you still don't have desires or urges, but if you're going to remarry, then just remarry, right? But if you already are, in this case, already are married, right? And then you're, you know, doting upon others. Now that's an issue. It's like we're talking about. This is something. This is, we would say, the youthful lust that we should flee when we read the scriptures, right? Flee youthful lust. So it's a shame for an elderly person or a person who's older to do that. Why? It's going to tell us. In verse 3, it says, if thou hast gathered nothing in thy youth, how canst thou find anything in thine age? Right? So if anything in your youth, you're supposed to what? Gain wisdom and knowledge, gain understanding, right? Gain the know-how as far as what to say, what not to say, what to do, what not to do, and when, right? That's where we can read in, to link with 3, you can write down Ecclesiastes chapter 11, and I'll read 9 and 10. Ecclesiastes chapter 11, where Solomon here in his book of Ecclesiastes gives us the warning about, being young, as you might say today, being young and dumb, and how you don't want to be that, right? Even if you're young, nothing wrong with enjoying yourself, right? But at the same time, know that you're still going to be held accountable. Ecclesiastes chapter 11 and verse 9, it reads, rejoice, O young man, in thy youth, and let thy heart cheer thee in the days of thy youth, and walk in the ways of thine heart, and in the sight of thine eyes. But know thou, or know you, that for all these things God will bring thee into judgment, right? So, yes, enjoy yourself, enjoy your youth, but don't go above and beyond or outside of the law, statutes, and commandments, right? Because oftentimes, when it comes to, following the will of your own heart in your youth, it involves getting into foolish actions, foolish behavior. That's why Solomon's putting that warning out there. Then it says in verse 10, therefore move sorrow from thy heart and put evil away from thy flesh. For childhood and youth are vanity, right? Or unprofitable, right? In and of themselves, if the Most High's guidance isn't there. So that's what he's telling us. That's what he's illustrating here. So that's Ecclesiastes 11 and 9. Because why? A nice reversal for this, if we haven't heard it before. Proverbs chapter 3 and verse 5. Proverbs chapter 3 and verse 5, and also verse 6, to go with Ecclesiastes 11 and 9, where it tells us what? Proverbs chapter 3, verse 5, trust in the Lord, or Yahweh, with all thine heart, and lean not unto thine own understanding, right? So exactly what Solomon was saying to the youth, if you do that, you will be brought into judgment, right? If you do the opposite of this. Because the heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it? It says, in all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths. So that's the right way to go about it. And I just made a reference to Jeremiah, which you don't have to get it, but I'll just read it real quick. This is Jeremiah 17 and 9. Jeremiah 17 and 9 reads, the heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it? So let's go back to Ecclesiasticus 25. So back in Ecclesiasticus 25, verse 4, oh, how comely a thing is judgment for gray hairs and for ancient men to know counsel. It's like we were talking about before. It's a shameful thing for an elderly person or an elder, be it a man or a woman, brother or sister, to not have understanding and wisdom, not to exercise wisdom and understanding, right? You don't want to look at the older person and you look into their eyes and how they carry themselves, how they conduct themselves, and be thinking, wow, they act like they're like a young kid, like somebody in their 20s, where they're out here, just all willy nilly, things they're saying, things that they're doing. So it's a comely or a beautiful thing, judgment for gray hairs and for ancient men to know counsel. So those things should go hand in hand, right? But they don't always, but they should. That's why he's making a point of it, because you didn't always have that even back then, right? It's just like you can have young people, that have what we might call an old soul, right? Where they're younger, but they have a certain maturity about them. We also can have older, old fool, older fools, right? Where it's just like they're acting like a teenager, yet they're in their 60s or their 70s, and you're just looking like, what is this? But we should all be wise, regardless of age. But this is Job 32, 6. Okay, if I can find Job. Proverbs, Psalms, one more. Okay, there we go. Job 32. This is Elihu, son of Barakal, the Buzite. He's talking to Job and his friends after they're talking amongst another concerning Job's affliction, what he's been going through. Job 32 and 6, it says, Elihu, the son of Barakal, the Buzite, answered and said, I am young, and ye are very old, wherefore I was afraid and durst not show you mine opinion. Right? So this young man, Elihu, he was wise in that he listened to them first before he even said anything, right? Realizing these men are older than him, have more understanding than him, at least they should. But in the case of what they were saying, what he heard, he was disappointed. Why? He's going to tell us. Verse 7, I said, they should speak. Multitude of years should teach wisdom. Right? So longer you've been on the earth, those things should speak as far as your conduct, right? As far as things you say, things you do. Verse 8, but there is a spirit in man, and the inspiration of the Almighty giveth them understanding. So he's making this wise observation, saying what? It's a spirit, or it's the spirit in a man that what gives him or her understanding, right? The inspiration that comes from the Almighty, right? So it's not something that's just a given because you've been in the earth longer, right? Because sometimes Israel try to fall back on that and say, well, you listen to me or listen to your elders because of X, Y, Z, right? Yeah, you should be given that benefit of the doubt. But if what you're saying, what you're doing is foolish, why should someone your age or younger take heed to what you have to say? In all honesty, it's not to say that they just you get thrown under the bus, but when it just means that in that particular matter or those matters, why should we hearken unto you? Because you don't have anything constructive really to add. It says in verse 9, great men are not always wise, neither do the aged understand judgment. Right? So unfortunate yet wise observation that Elihu makes here after listening to Job and his friends, those that are physically older than him. So just something to keep in mind. And as far as what makes you wise, going along with what he's saying here, because if you got both, you're even better, right? Okay, you have some experience in the earth, and you have the wisdom to show for it, even better. So Let's go to Wisdom of Solomon. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 4. Oops, didn't write that. Job 32, 6-9, to link with 25 and 4. Also, Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 4 and verse 8, which reads, Wisdom of Solomon 4 and 8, it says, For honorable age is not that which standeth in length of time, nor that which is measured by number of years. Verse 9, but wisdom is the gray hair unto men, and unspotted life is old age. See? So it makes you old, not so much physically old, but spiritually old, right? Because people look at being physically old as bad, right? Because you lose your faculties, you lose your beauty, right? Your youth, right? Your body deteriorates, but really, when you're dealing with the commandments, you actually get stronger as you get older, right? We're not supposed to die at 70, right? It's only because sin came into play. But before that, living hundreds of years and beyond, that's not a strange thing at all, right? And we know in the kingdom with our new bodies, they won't die, they won't decay, right? Like we have now, or oxidize, right? As far as the aging process, if anything, maybe we'll translate and go to the third heaven, but we'll just continue to get old, but we won't. Our bodies won't abate. Like it tells you, Moses at 120, when he died, it says that his eye didn't get dim, nor did his natural force abate. So Moses at 120, even though he did get with the ghost, it was saying that even his physical form, it was still had the strong constitution. It still had the constitution of man at his peak. So that's an amazing thing. But that's what's really supposed to happen with our bodies, right? When we deal in righteousness. But sin is what causes that to happen. But we're so used to it. We're so used to people getting old and getting decrepit. We just think that the decrepit, that's supposed to just be the norm because that's all we see. But it's because sin is so popular, right? It's like we haven't really experienced or considered anything else besides that, from what we've seen. So Wisdom of Solomon 4, 8 and 9. Let's go back 25. I'm going to read verse 5. Ecclesiasticus 25 and 5. It says, Oh, how comely is the wisdom of old men, and understanding and counsel to men of honor. Much experience is the crown of old men, and the fear of God is their glory. See that? So this is what we want as we get older, right? Wherever we're at. If we're young, we're middle-aged, or getting older. We want the fear of God to be our glory. Let me get another verse, and we'll actually, let me get two more verses in Proverbs. On the topic, this is Proverbs 16. Proverbs 16 and 31, which reads, The hoary, which you look up that word hoary, just means gray. The hoary head is a crown of glory. Then it says, if it be found in a way of righteousness, see? So it's not a crown of glory. If the hoary head is a foolish head, right? If your gray hairs go along with the foolishness, you haven't learned the lessons that life's supposed to teach you. That's not good. Also in Proverbs chapter 20, in verse 29. Proverbs chapter 20, in verse 29 reads, The glory of young men is their strength, and the beauty of old men is the gray head. Remember, head also means what? The hair on your head, like we were talking about in the other class. Head can refer to, yes, this whole thing, this whole organ that sits on top of your neck, right? That's your head. But head, you look up the definition, can also refer to the hair that's on your head as well. Like we read the Revelation of Christ, it said his head and his hairs, right? talking about this head referring to his hair, and hair is referring to hair on his face and, on his arms and everything else, on the rest of his body. So Proverbs chapter 16 and 30, also chapter 20 and 29. To go with those other verses in chapter 20 of Ecclesiasticus 25, verses 5 and 6. Let's go on in verse 7. Ecclesiasticus 25 and 7 reads, "There be 9 things which I have judged in mine heart to be happy, and the 10th I will utter with my tongue." And it says, "A man that have joy of his children, and he that liveth to see the fall of his enemy." As far as that first one, the man that lived to see, or the man that have joy of his children, right? He's pleased of his children and is happy to have them. Because remember, that's our inheritance, right? That's how we live on, or how we continue, right? That was the commandment given us, going all the way back to Genesis, to be fruitful, multiply, and to replenish the earth. And we know in wicked times, or evil times like we're in now, that can be somewhat difficult, or it can be, at least for the person who has some semblance of wisdom, you might be hesitant because it's like, oh man, who want to? I know I didn't like it, but who want to grow up in a world like this? But yet and still, that's why no matter how much evil is being done in the earth, we still have to rise up and for righteousness' sake, right? Those that do know better should what? Do better, and if not have children themselves, help out the other children, right? Show them the way that was now shown to you through the Spirit. But this is, Psalms 127. Psalms 127 verses 3 to 5. Psalms 127, verse 3, it says, "Lo, children are an heritage of Yahweh, and the fruit of the womb is his reward." Right? So this is our heritage, right? This is what the Most High blessed us with, right? To be able to have children, right? To carry on our name, right? So that, we take it back to Israel, so that we can continue to have an inheritance in the land, right? Because our children are the ones going to take over our inheritance when we grow old and die, right? At least now, not until, the kingdom, we'll have that land, and then we'll possess, the whole earth in that time. But we'll be back on our land again. And that's going to be something of a whole when we talk about being able to see your grandkids and great-grandkids and great-great-grandkids and great-great-great-grandkids, you still be alive, at least those that are part of the 1/3 of Israel that make it in, to where you're not going to die a death after 70 years or 120 years. You're just going to live on. And, after that, maybe translate, maybe go out somewhere else in the universe, who knows? But, the kingdom will show us that. But we certainly won't die like we do now. But it says, "Children are an heritage of Yahweh, and the fruit of the womb is his reward." Verse 4, "As arrows are in the hand of a mighty man, so are children of the youth." Verse 5, "Happy is the man that have his quiver full of them. He shall not be ashamed, but they shall speak with the enemies in the gate." Right? So it says, happy is a man that has his quiver full of them, right? Comparing it to being like arrows you keep in a quiver, right? Ready to shoot. So it says, they shall not be ashamed. It says, but they shall speak with the enemies in the gate. So you'll bring up defenders, right, to fight in your stead after you've, carried forth and done your work on the earth. was going to get it at first, but let's get it real quick. We're going to come to this later on in Ecclesiasticus, but this is chapter 30 of Ecclesiasticus on this same topic. Ecclesiasticus chapter 30. I'll read 3 down to 6. So Ecclesiasticus chapter 30 and verse 3. It reads, "He that teacheth his son grieveth the enemy, and before his friends he shall rejoice of him." Verse 4. "Though his father die, yet he is as though he were not dead, for he hath left one behind him that is like himself." Verse 5. "While he liveth, he saw and rejoiced in him. When he died, he was not sorrowful." Why? Verse 6. "He left behind him an avenger against his enemies, and one that shall requite kindness to his friends." Right? So that's the speaking with the enemies at the gate that Psalms 127 is talking about, right? So you leave behind avengers to carry on your good name, right? Or at least that's the hope. That your children go the same way. They may not, but that's why you teach them, instruct them, and hope that they make the right choices, or that they are willing to make the right choices. We know it can go either way. That's just the reality of it. We all have to make our own choice. We're all our own people. Our hope is that our children willingly make the right choice too, especially if we have. But we know now and in times past, it didn't always happen that way. Sometimes you might have had evil parents, right, into idolatry, but then their children were righteous. Or we may have righteous parents, right, that had children that were wicked. So you have both scenarios. Then you have the righteous parents and the kids too. So you have all those combinations. So back in Ecclesiasticus, the second precept of verse 7, when it talks about he that liveth to see the fall of his enemies, right? This is one we can definitely think on now when it comes to what we look forward to in this time, which is the second coming of Christ. Because while it can be tempting to take vengeance to our own hands, the Most High said, "Vengeance is mine," right? That he will repay. Our job now, our main job now in this time is to give that warning, right? Right? To warn our brothers and sisters of the times that's to come. Because the real, for lack of better words, big payback that's coming is going to come at the Most High's hands. So Revelation chapter 18, in verse 20, Revelation chapter 18, verse 20 says, "Rejoice over her, thou heaven, and ye holy apostles and prophets, for God hath avenged you on her." You read above, the her is talking about Babylon the Great, right? This world government we have being run by Esau, the so-called white man, right? The whore that rides on top of a scarlet or red-colored beast, right? It says that what he's going to avenge us on her when it comes to America's destruction. He's going to send his son and the host of heaven, or Yahweh's host, the chariots, the Elohim, or the angels, are going to come down and get avenged for all the things that Esau and the other nations have done against us. Right? Esau in particular, since he's at the helm. And overthrow them all, regardless of all the military might and weapons and top secret, technology they don't want to reveal. It's going to be over in an hour, with them being the loser. So let's go back to Ecclesiasticus chapter 25. So to cap off verse 7, we hope that we're alive and remain and we get to behold that, right? Even if we're not, even if we die before Christ makes a second coming and we die in righteousness, we know the scriptures tell us that what? All the souls that were righteous, that were considered worthy to be the 1/3, are going to be brought together anyway. Whether you're in the spirit world or whether you're, in the physical realm, third heaven, or here in the heathen's rulership, right? We're all going to meet with Christ in the air and behold the destruction that takes place. So reading on in Ecclesiasticus 25:8, it says, "Well is him that dwelleth with a wife of understanding, and that and that have not slipped with his tongue, and that have not served a man more unworthy than himself." So it's telling us things here that a person does well with, right? If they, fall into this category, right? So it's well with him to have a dwell with a wife of understanding, right? So if you dwell with anybody with understanding, you're gonna do well, right? Be it your wife, or if you're a woman, if your husband have understanding, or if you're a parent, your children have understanding, or if you're a child, your parents have understanding, right? It's gonna go well with you. And from the specific example here of the wife of understanding, as we're going to see as you read on, yeah, absolutely, because when the Most High made his first man with understanding, which was Adam, right? That he made a living soul. He breathed the breath of life, which is dealing with the commandments. How they said it's not good that he should be alone. Let's make him a help, meet or right for him. But we'll touch on that a little bit more as we read on. But then it says, "and that have not slipped with his tongue," right? So for that precept, for 25:8, you could link also in Ecclesiasticus chapter 14 in verse 1 of Ecclesiasticus. Also, you could link up Ecclesiasticus chapter 19 in verse 16. We know what Ecclesiasticus said, well, it's the jewel, we consider it the jewel box for amongst the books in the Bible. Not only can you link it with other books in the Bible, it links with itself in so many ways. As far as the way that it's written, it'll recall a lot of things, but then it'll recall the same ideas, the same concepts, but then bring out other aspects about those same things, maybe in a different way, or talk about a part of it that you may not have thought before. But Ecclesiasticus 14:1 reads, "Blessed is the man that have not slipped with his mouth, and is not pricked with the multitude of sins." So we see the first precept there. Blessed is the man that have not slipped with his mouth. Right? Same idea. And then it says, of course, pricked with the multitude of sins, meaning, he's committed much transgression, many sins against the Most High's law, statutes, commandments, which really are sins against himself. And then Ecclesiasticus 19:16, "There is one that slippeth in his speech, but not from his heart. And who is he that is not offended with his tongue?" Right? We try not to, but we're not perfect. So when it comes to us rehearsing the righteous acts, sometimes we're not going to do the right thing or do the best thing. When it comes to our tongue, or our mouth, we're not always going to say the right thing. We're not always going to say the best thing. One more, James chapter 3 and verse 2. James chapter 3 and verse 2. It reads, "For in many things we offend all. If any man offend not in word, the same is a perfect man, able also to bridle the whole body." Right? Remember, like it also tells you in the scriptures, as a man thinketh, so is he, right? So what you think can be put into words, right? Connotation. And you'll have to think of it or conceive it first before you actually do something, right? Or embody what your word or what the word can say or what the word can put together. But as you read on, this chapter kind of goes into that in more detail. We just want 3 and 2 for what we just read. So yeah, if you say perfectly, you'll do perfectly. But we know we're still working. We're still works in progress. We're still rehearsing. Back to Ecclesiasticus 25, verse 9. Ecclesiasticus 25 and 9, it says, verse 8, when it says, and that had not served a man more unworthy than himself, right? So we know this is something that we don't have to worry about, or something I guess you could say that we shouldn't have to think about so much when it comes to the congregation, right? As far as how we dwell in Israel. Within the school, or within the different branches of Christ, but we definitely see this as something we have to endure when it comes to the world, because in the world you're going to be serving the other nations or even your brother or sister that may be or may not be worthy of the position that they're in, right? And this is something that we have to endure, to where we still just play our role, play our position, do the wisest we can with where the Most High has placed us. And in due time, the Most High will, I guess you could say, clear the path for us so that we can either elevate or find that niche where we can do a certain work and live a quiet and peaceful life. But we know temptation is always around the corner, and that as we go on that path, living this life, that while we know the truth and we know we still have to live in this world, it can be challenging at times, and we can be faced with challenges when it comes to that, dealing with authority figures that may not be worthy, but still be an authority. We still have to acknowledge the position the Most High put them in, right? So all things within the commandments. We always acknowledge the Most High. He's the one who's supreme. But the Most High might, just to prove us, put us in certain circumstances professionally where we're going to be tested to make sure we still deal with them according to the scriptures, and don't just say oh yeah, you're going to go into captivity, or you 2/3, like that. There's no need for that. Just play your role, play your position in righteousness. Let the Most High take care of the rest. Deal with them the same way you want to be dealt with if you were in a position of authority, right? Because that shows us a certain level of maturity too. It compels us to learn a certain level of maturity as well. But for scripture's sake, let's just look at it from how we dwell within the congregation, right? Within our respective branches of Christ and the leadership of those respective camps. That we don't have to suffer something like this. So reading on in 25 and 9, well is him also that found prudence, he that speaketh in the ears of him that will hear. So once again, well is him that have found, in this case, prudence. It says, and he that speaketh in the ears of him that will hear, right? So well is this person, because why? You're talking to someone and they're actually receiving your advice. They're actually receiving your counsel, right? That's what you want. You don't want someone to you're talking to someone and what you say is falling on deaf ears. You want them to receive it, right? You can write down for this. I was reading over this week. I didn't even think about this until I'm looking at it now for some reason. But to link with 25 and 9, let's see here. Also in Proverbs, Proverbs chapter 9, verses 7 to 9, you can write. Proverbs chapter 9 and verse 7 reads, He that reproveth or correcteth a scorner giveth himself shame, and he that rebuketh a wicked man giveth himself a blot. Why? Verse 8 says, Reprove not a scorner lest he hate thee. Right? Because a scorner is not going to want to hear anything you have to say, even if it's constructive. But then it says, Rebuke a wise man and he will love thee. Give instruction to a wise man and he will be yet wiser. Teach a just man and he will increase in learning. So you want to talk to the wise man. You want to talk to the person that at least is willing to hear. And we even talk about that when we go out and teach, where we're just like, look, you believe in what I'm telling you in the scriptures. I'm not so much concerned at that as I am concerned about you just at least hearing what this is saying, understanding the position that we're bringing out based on the scriptures. As far as you choosing to believe it, that's that's up to the Most High for you to understand what it is that we're sharing. But at least hear out the position, at least hear out the verse, right? Don't just put us in the category. Don't just assume, oh, I know what you guys are dealing with. I'm not into this. I'm not into that. And it's like, what are we into? And you ask them questions. What are we into that you don't believe? And they start telling us about what they think we're out there doing on the corner. And it's just like, you got no idea. This is what we're actually talking about. Read this verse, read that verse, right? And if they have eyes to see, ears to hear, and a heart to understand, it's always this aha moment, like, oh, yeah, I misunderstood, or I made an assumption about you guys. I thought you guys were this, that, and a third from what I heard, right? But now that I hear what you're saying, and now that I'm checking it out, all right, now I understand. Now, whether you believe us or not, that's the next step. But at least now you understand what we're saying. Right? That's the biggest part. Hear out what we're bringing out, so that you actually know what you're choosing. Because oftentimes in the world with Esau, he'll tell you, vote. He'll tell you to do this, tell you to elect this person, elect that person, right? But not give you the proper criteria to even know what it is that you're electing, what it is you're even voting for, right? Where in the truth, no, we make it very plain, right? We should make it very plain as prophets and prophetesses. This is what the Most High is doing. This is what the Most High has for us if we choose this. Do you understand the choice now? All right. And then let them make the choice. Just as we made the choice, they have to make that choice too. But you can't make a choice unless you know what the options are. So that's Proverbs 25 and 9. I linked Proverbs 9, 7 and 9, which I linked with 25 and 9 of Ecclesiasticus. As far as well ascended that speaketh in the ears of him that will hear. And that have found prudence, right? A wise man, someone who's prudent. So Ecclesiasticus 25 and 10. Oh, how great is he that findeth wisdom, and yet there is none above him that feareth the Lord. Right? So it's a great thing if you find wisdom. So to link with 25, checking something. To link with 25 and 10, write down Proverbs chapter 3 and 13, which tells us, happy is the man that findeth wisdom and the man that getteth understanding. Right? So we want to be those folk. And then also, so we said here, like we read here, there is none above him that feareth the Lord. That's why it tells us this in Ecclesiastes again. We see a lot of similarities between what Solomon had to share with us and what Jesus Sirach and Jesus, the grandson, had to share, as we see in the prologue of Ecclesiasticus, talking about how they both show forth wisdom, right, in their writings in their respective times, right? They were those three generations of men, right? Jesus, his son Sirach, and his son Jesus, right, of the same name. They were wise in their day as Solomon was wise in his. So this is Ecclesiastes 12 and 13. Ecclesiastes 12 and 13, which says, let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. Right? So this is what it's all about. This is what we should do. This is how we should be. These are the types of men we should listen to. So back in Ecclesiasticus 25, verse 11 now, it says, but the love of the Lord passeth all things for illumination. He that holdeth it, whereto shall he be likened? Right? So for us to love the Lord, this is a passive all things for illumination or being enlightened. Right? This is the righteous illumination, right? Not the illumination of the world, which we know we have Esau, like it tells us in Ephesians 6 and 12, you got spiritual wickedness going on in high places. Esau is finagling with. And, one of their more predominant groups they go by, they call themselves the Illuminati or the Enlightened Ones, right? And this ties into what Isaiah called them out on when he calls them what? Lucifer's son of the morning. See, most of the world, and even them too, are confused. They think that Lucifer is talking about, the angel that was kicked out of heaven, right? He's not Satan, right? That, so-called the Christians think that Satan is Lucifer. Lucifer, no, he has his own story, blah, blah, blah. What they don't realize is that they themselves have been deceived, and that Lucifer is talking about them, and that spiritual Satan is real, and that he wasn't kicked out of heaven. He's doing his job. He's doing the job the Most High set out for him to do. He goes to and fro on the earth, walking up and down in it, like he said in the beginning of Job. And he goes back and forth into the heavenly realm too. He receives instruction from the Most High, right? He doesn't go outside of the bounds that the Most High has allowed for him. So we're in the world under some heavy false impressions about how the hierarchy really works and what is really going on when it comes to angels and devils, or powers on the right hand of God and powers on the left hand of God. They go back and forth, up and down. It wasn't a group that rebelled against God and was kicked out of heaven. That's mythology. That's not the scriptures. And it can be easily shown when we go into the class breaking down the three heavens and the two hells, right? Because when you see heaven in the scriptures, it's not always talking about the third heaven. It might be talking about the second heaven, which is just referring to, the atmosphere going up into space, Or could we talk about the first heaven, which is talking about a specific rulership, whether it be our rulership or another nation's rulership? But once again, this is something that's missed by a lot of people. So yeah, they claim to be enlightened, but that light is a false light. We're the true illuminated ones. To link this, I should say, supposed to be, but we're not if we're following them and following the ways of the heathen. Ecclesiasticus 25 and 11. You could link it with Hebrews chapter 10 in verse 32. Also, you can link it with Baruch chapter 4 in verse 2. So Hebrews 10 and 32 reads, "But call to remembrance the former days, in which after ye were illuminated, ye endured a great fight of afflictions." So we're being called to remember the former days, in which after ye were illuminated. So we were in the dark before in the world. Now we've been illuminated. We've been enlightened to know the truth about who we are as a people. Why are we in a low state? What do we do to come out of it? Right? Like we discussed earlier. He endured a great fight of afflictions. Right? One of the three types of temptations that comes at us. We endure it. We continue on. We're going to come back to Hebrews, but for another reason later. Also for illumination, how do we get illuminated? How do we get enlightened? Let's go to Baruch 4 and 2. So Baruch chapter 4 and 2, it reads, "Turn ye, O Jacob, and take heed of it. Walk in the presence of the light thereof, that thou mayest be illuminated." So what's illuminating Jacob? What is Jacob being told to turn and take heed of? Verse 1 says, "This is the book of the commandments of God, and the law that endure forever. All they that keep it shall come to life, such as leave it shall die." So that's what makes you illuminated, right? Not some false doctrine dealing with spiritual wickedness, right? Dealing with things the scriptures say don't do, like the occult and witchcraft, things like that, right? Calling upon the dead, necromancy, all the things that we saw the other nations do, their leaders do, right? The other Hamites and other heathens. Don't deal with that. Deal with my law, my statutes, my commandments, and you'll be enlightened. So that's the way to do it. That's the way to go to get there. So yeah, that's Baruch 4, 1 and 2. Also, Hebrews 10:32. All that goes with Ecclesiasticus 25:11. I'll give you one more in Ecclesiasticus. Chapter 17 of Ecclesiasticus. We read this in past chapters, but chapter 17 and verse 26 as well. Ecclesiasticus chapter 17 and verse 26, it reads, "Turn again to the Most High and turn away from iniquity. For he will lead thee out of darkness into the light of health. And hate thou abomination vehemently," or strongly. So he will lead us out of darkness into the light of health. So another reference to being illuminated. Yeah. It says, "Hate abomination vehemently," right? So hate the things that are hated by me, because right, anything that's abominable, right? When you read it, abomination just means something that's utterly detested. So it's like hatred on a high level. Remember, we read earlier in Proverbs 6, 6 things do I hate. Does the Lord hate? 7 are an abomination unto him, right? So there it is again. So back in Ecclesiasticus 25, let's read verse 12 now. It says, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of his love, and faith is the beginning of cleaving unto him, right? So our love begins with our fear of him, right? Which fear from this standpoint, it's it shouldn't always be a thing of like, okay, like you're afraid of somebody, you're afraid of the big bad wolf, right? In those nursery rhymes, or you're afraid of the town bully as a kid if you're smaller, right? It's more so going into you having due reverence and respect for the Most High, and by that, and because of that, you observe what He says, what He tells us. But that's what begins our love for Him, because as we do that more and more, we appreciate more and more His wisdom and what He had to tell us, and how profitable it is. Just like a parent or a guardian that you look up to, where they give you counsel or advice and they do things for you and tell you things that you find helpful. And you may be curious at first. You remember what they said, but then in a situation, you actually put it to work and you deliver it, and you say, wow, you know what? My dad or my mom told me that, and I'm glad I listened, because I was able to overcome that challenge, right? And that develops that trust that you have for them. So think about like that and bring it on a higher level when it comes to our trust for Yahweh. But it starts with that respect for what He's telling us. But it's definitely confirmed through what? Works, feats, right? We can see the benefits of in real time happen by following the will of the Most High. That's going to compel us to serve Him more, right? When we get results from serving the Lord, right? Which, may not happen right away, but when they do, right, they're all the more sweeter, and it strengthens our conviction. So 1 John 4 and 18, not St. John, but 1 John, chapter 4 and verse 18, it reads, there is no fear in love, but perfect love casteth out fear, because fear hath torment. He that feareth is not made perfect in love, right? So it's the beginning, right? It's where we start. But it shouldn't be a thing a place where you stay. What it's pretty much is saying is that if it's just fear alone, right? It's like you can't really grow in your relationship, but it's a nice starting place. It's like when we talk about being attrite versus contrite. An attrite spirit, right, or attrition, that deals with what? Fear of God due to fear of punishment, right? You serve God because you're afraid something bad might happen, right? You might start there as a babe, a babe in Christ, right? But as you mature, you should go from that type of spirit to now becoming contrite, or come to a place of contrition versus attrition. Contrition is, as opposed to attrition, contrition is fearing or doing what God said out of a sense of duty, right? Because it's the right thing to do, because you want to help your fellow brother, help fellow sister, your fellow neighbor. So that's where we want to get to, right? So we may start with attrition. Okay, let me serve God because I don't want him to destroy me, right? I don't have him to have something happen to me, right? You may start there, but as you mature, it should be you're doing it because it's just the right thing to do, out of a sense of duty, right? Because you know it makes them happy, and you want to help others. You really want to help others because you realize that the Lord wants to help us and that He's helped you. And you want Him to help others the same way He's helped you. So you start here, but you want to get there eventually. So we We start from fear, but then we build on love, right? Love for the Most High, first great commandment, as Christ tells us. And then the second great commandment, love your neighbor as yourself, right? So that's where you grow from that starting point of just fear alone. So 25 and 12 again, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of his love, and faith is the beginning of cleaving unto him, right? So all while that love is there, your faith is what starts you off, and it has you to continue to cleave onto him, right? And that's what gets strengthened as you go through more things and overcome, right? So they kind of work in concert. While they're different, they work together, right? Because remember, the fruits of the Spirit, they work together. It's like the tree of life, right? We're all supposed to be like trees of life, all of us, right? We're supposed to bear the fruits of the Spirit on our tree of life, right? So you don't just want to be a faith tree. You want to be a love tree also, right? You want to be a patience tree. You want to have all different types of fruits on your tree, right? When you become fully mature. But all them being the that same seed of the word, this seed of the word founded in the soil of wisdom. So this is Hebrews 11 and 6. Hebrews chapter 11 and verse 6 reads, without faith it is impossible to please him, for he that comes to God must believe that he is, and that's his name, right? Yahweh means he is. And that he is rewarder of them that diligently seek him, see? So we want to serve the Most High for naught. Most High blesses us, right? Most High hooks us up, right? He tells us the good things because he wants to bless us. He wants us to do the right things so he can bless us more. See Hebrews 11 and 6, you can link as well as 1 John 4:18 with 25 and 12. All right, let's pick up the pace. I know it's 1 o'clock. I had you guys here all day. It's kind of tough with Ecclesiasticus, so I'll try to be as brief and as complete, yet complete as possible. So let's read on back in Ecclesiasticus 25. 13, it says, give me any plague but the plague of the heart. It says, in any wickedness but the wickedness of a woman. So, first precept, any plague but the plague of the heart. So, to link with 25:13, as far as plagues of the heart go, Proverbs 18 and 14, as well as 15 and 13. Because remember, you look up the Hebrew for heart, it's the Hebrew word lab, which also means mind as well. So we see heart in the scriptures is talking about the mind, right? You'll see scriptures where Christ says, out of the heart proceed evil thoughts, right? So it's not to be looked at as like just particularly just like the organ in your body, the heart, if you're talking about anatomy, but it actually entails the mind, right? Which is like the bridge between your physical body, which includes your heart, your brain, everything else, and your spirit, right? That's what the mind represents. It's like it's your soul. But Proverbs 18:14, the spirit of a man will sustain his infirmity, but a wounded spirit who can bear? Right? So something to consider as far as okay, you can come back from physical illness, but now as far as your spirit being ill, how do you heal that? How do you fix that? Right? You can't just take a herb for that, but you can take some fruit of the spirit for that, right? If you have eyes to see, ears to hear, and a heart to understand. That's what you need for that. Proverbs 15:13, a merry heart maketh a cheerful countenance, but by sorrow of the heart the spirit is broken. Right? So your spirit is broken when you have sorrow of heart or sorrow of mind. It says a merry heart maketh a cheerful countenance or appearance. Right? Or countenance is like your face and how you appear. But then it mentions in the second precept, give me any plague but the plague of the heart, and any wickedness but the wickedness of a woman. So it's talking about a woman's wickedness, right? And how if a woman is wicked, how vicious that wickedness can be. So we can link this with which we're going to read, but you can link it with 25 and 19, the 19th verse of this chapter, where it says, all wickedness is but little to the wickedness of a woman. Let the portion of a sinner fall upon her. Also, we'll see too, where it talks back in Ecclesiastes, Solomon says this as well. Ecclesiastes chapter 7. Ecclesiastes chapter 7, I'll read 26 and read down to 28. It says, and I find more bitter than death the woman whose heart or mind is snares and nets, and her hands as bands. Whoso pleaseth God shall escape from her, but the sinner shall be taken by her. Right? So he's giving that same warning that we see the brothers in Ecclesiasticus are, right? It says, verse 27, behold, this have I found, saith the preacher, referring to himself, counting one by one to find out the account, which yet my soul seeketh, but I find not. One man among 1,000 have I found, but a woman among all those have I not found. So he's saying that, at least in his experience, among 1,000, he may have found one brother that was righteous, that was worthy. But he said among that same group, he didn't find a woman that was righteous. So just saying in his experience, he'll, even he'll say it's rare to come across a brother that's righteous, but even rare to come across a woman that's righteous. So is this a shot, or is he taking shots at women? I mean, is he taking shots at men? I guess it's a matter of perspective, right? But I always just say, if the shoe fits, wear it. If it doesn't, take it off, right? Be that example of a righteous man. Be that example of a righteous woman, right? You'll still be a rare item, right? You'll still be hard to come by, especially in this world, right? Be you a man or be you a woman. Remember when we asked the questions, right? The W's, the who, what, where, when, and why, right? Based on the parables of Christ, which compel us to ask those questions when we take counsel. There's what we do, but then there's how we do it, and most importantly, there's why we do it. So that's the question you always have to ask yourself, be you a man or a woman. Is what you're doing and how you're doing things, what you're saying and how you're saying things, and then there's why you're saying things. If that why you're saying things, why you're doing things coming from a righteous place, right, then you're in the clear. But if it's coming from a wicked place, then you're not. To where you can judge yourself accordingly, right? And say, all right, I'm playing that role of the wicked man right now. I need to check myself. Or I'm playing the role of that wicked woman. I need to check myself. My intention isn't righteous, right? I'm just doing this to, hurt someone, not help. I'm doing this to injure, right? Not to be injurious, not to be charitable. So just put that in there. Just take that into account. the why behind what you're doing in any situation. Say, am I really being constructive right now, or am I really being destructive? My intentions. And if you can answer that clearly, then you'll know exactly which side of the fence you're on. And the key is to get off the destructive side of the fence and get more on the constructive side of the fence. But some things, like I said, you're going to be able to cold turkey stop it. Other things you might have to work on. And the obedience, if you can't obey it, if you can't get your why holy enough, that's where prayer comes in. And that doesn't work. That's where fasting comes in. If there's a part of your soul that needs that work, where you're like, wow, I'm really that wicked man I read about. I'm really that wicked woman that the scriptures are talking about. That I'm the example. I need to check myself. I need to correct myself. So back in Ecclesiasticus 25, it says in verse 14 now, I don't think we had any of the links for 13. Yeah, so we linked Ecclesiastes 7, 26 to 28, Proverbs 18, 14, also Proverbs 15, 13. As well as verse 19. All those link with Ecclesiasticus 25 and 13. So Ecclesiasticus 25 and 14. In any affliction but the affliction of them that hate me, any revenge but the revenge of enemies. So you can write down with this Psalm 69, chapter 69 and verse 4. Psalm 69 and 4. Psalm 69 and 4, a Psalm of David, right? He says, they hate me without a cause, are more than the hairs of mine head. They that would destroy me, being mine enemies wrongfully, are mighty. Then I restored that which I took not away. Right? So going into the issues he's having with his enemies, right? And how they've increased so much. But for what? What's the cause, right? What wrong did I commit to them? Right? David can definitely attest to this personally as far as his fallout with Saul and those that were allegiant to Saul and Saul's rulership as king. Even Saul's own son was like, Dad, what are you doing? Like, what wrong has he done to you? Why are you coming at him like that? But it wasn't enough. The evil spirit wouldn't go away. So echoes what we read in verse 14 about the affliction of them that hate me. Give me any affliction but the affliction of them that hate me. Right? And he says, any revenge but the revenge of enemies. Right? So also on the same vein of David, you can write down 2 Samuel chapter 24, verses 10 to 14, 2 Samuel 24, 10 to 14. Also, 1 Chronicles 21, verses 9 to 13. So, 2 Samuel 24. Nine to 14. This is where David was tempted to count the people, right? Which we know Israel is like the sand of the sea; they can't be numbered. But he was tempted to count the people, and it was found to be wicked. And then, as a judgment, the Most High gave David an ultimatum. Check out what David's choice was, given the tough situation that he was in after transgressing in this fashion. It's going to connect what we just read in Ecclesiastes 25 and 14. So 2 Samuel 24, verse 10, it says, And David's heart smote him after that he had numbered the people. And David said unto Yahweh, I have sinned greatly in that I have done. And now I beseech thee, O Yahweh, take away the iniquity of thy servant, for I have done very foolishly. For when David was up in the morning, the word of Yahweh came unto the prophet Gad, David's seer, saying, Go and say unto David, Thus saith Yahweh, I offer thee three things. Choose thee one of them, that I may do it unto thee. So Gad came to David and told him and said unto him, Shall 7 years of famine come unto thee in thy land? Or wilt thou flee 3 months from thine enemies while thou pursue them? Or that there be 3 days pestilence in thy land? Now advise and see what answer I shall return to him that sent me. Right? So, yeah, his judgment could be worse, obviously, but clearly those three options, all of them are tough, right? All of them are, you know, you have to watch out. Like, it's like a lose, 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 right? You're going to lose something with each one, right? It says in verse 14, and David said unto Gad, I am in a great strait, right? Or a narrow pass. But then he says, let us fall now into the hand of Yahweh, for his mercies are great, and let me not fall into the hand of man, right? So when comparing, the worst, he said, okay, what's the least worst? And the least worst, obviously, is what? Not falling into the hands of man, because when it comes to the other nations, he knows how they are, right? He said, these guys will probably want to string me up and, torture me, all types of stuff, because I've been kicking their butt through the power of the Most High, right? I've been going on different wars. I've been proclaiming peace to them, and they don't listen, and I take them down and, crush them, set up a garrison in their country, which is like an embassy, and then make them my servants, right? So I know if they got a shot, they want to get that revenge on me. So he said, let me fall into the Most High's hands, for his mercies are great. Let me get the judgment directly from Yahweh, as opposed to being on the run from my enemies. And then 2 Chronicles 21, 9-13 is pretty much the same story. But we see David acknowledging the same wisdom that, any any revenge but the revenge of mine enemies, because the Most High is merciful. Any affliction but the affliction from them that hate me, because the Most High is merciful. So 2 Chronicles 21, 9-13, 21 and 9. Sorry, I said second. 1 Chronicles 21. I'm like, wait a minute. Jehoram, this isn't the king I wanted. I want this king. 1 Chronicles 21, 9, it says, and Yahweh spake unto Gad, David's seers, saying, Go and tell David, saying, Thus saith the Lord, I offer thee three things. Choose thee one of them, that I might do it unto thee. So Gad came unto David and said unto him, Thus saith Yahweh, choose thee either 3 years famine, 3 months to be destroyed before thy foes, while that the sword of thine enemies overtake thee, or else 3 days the sword of Yahweh, even the pestilence in the land, and the angel of the Lord destroying throughout all the coasts of Israel. Now therefore advise thyself, what word shall I bring again to him that sent me? So Gad bringing his ultimatum to David, giving him trying to count the people. Then it says, and David said unto Gad, I am in a great strait. Let me fall now into the hand of Yahweh, for very great are his mercies. Let me not fall into the hand of man. Right? So you're not going with the 3 days of pestilence. Right? So it's like, okay, it's really bad, but at least it's over and done with. And the Most High is merciful. 3 months, a little bit longer, and I'm dealing with the heathen. 3 years of famine, that's going to be a while, and it's going to get the people real messed up, right? Because they can't eat. So I'll go to 3 days of pestilence, Lord. So back to Ecclesiasticus, right? Ecclesiastes 25:15. There is no head above the head of a serpent, and there is no wrath above the wrath of an enemy. Right? No head above the head of a serpent. So when the Most High created animals, he created them with different features. When it comes to the serpent, he made them exceeding cunning, right? Even to where Christ compels his disciples. You can write down Matthew chapter 10 and verse 16, where he tells them, I see you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves, talking to his disciples. What does he say? Matthew 10 and 16. Matthew 10 and 16, it says, Behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Be ye therefore wise as serpents and harmless as doves, right? So be wise like a serpent, right? Peep game, peep your surroundings. Always consider or take judgment when it comes to things. Always ask the key questions when faced with circumstances. But at the same time, be harmless as a dove, right? Be as one that knows, but then be as one that's non-threatening, right? Don't give the impression of where you stand when it comes to those you're dealing with, right? Don't come off as abrasive, so that you leave a good taste in people's mouths, right? They're not like, oh, that's so and so. Yeah, he seemed like he or she was a troublemaker. I'm gonna keep an eye on them, right? You kind of want to blend into a certain extent. You're like a pilgrim. You're just passing through. You're like an agent, a spy, really, right? Because this world is not ours, right? We're just passing through this world. We're like strangers and pilgrims in the earth, like our forefathers and foremothers. So that's the MO we want to take on, right? And we apply the scriptures, we'll do that anyway, right? So Matthew 10:16. Also, as far as the power of serpents and how cunning and terrible they can be, you could also write down Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 16, verse 5 and verse 10, which goes into detail about how the Most High was plaguing Israel. Plaguing the Egyptians during the time of the 10 plagues. We read about during the time of the Exodus, right? When Moses was telling Pharaoh to let the people go. So this is Wisdom of Solomon 16 and 5. It says, when the horrible fierceness of beasts came upon these, and they perished with the stings of crooked serpents, thy wrath endured not forever. Right? So actually this chapter is going to that in general. But now this particular instance in verse 5 is talking about something that we faced later on when being in the wilderness being tempted. I'm not being tempted, but being tested. Right, being judged by the Most High, I should say, because of us tempting him. That's what I mean to say. Then jumping down to verse 10, but thy sons, not the very teeth of venomous dragons overcame, for thy mercy was ever by them and healed them. So he heals, even though he was pricking us with the serpent, right, due to our wickedness, he didn't utterly destroy us. He still healed us in the end. So yeah, heads of serpents are no joke. Everything according to its purpose. Why the Most High made it, right? And what we can learn from it. Ecclesiasticus 25, let's read on. Verse 16. It's going back to dealing with a wicked woman. It says in 25 and 16, I'd rather dwell with a lion and a dragon, which when you see dragon in the scriptures is usually referring to a serpent or a snake. It's not like a dragon like you read about in mythology or like Yeah, and different types of mythology, whether it comes from Europe or comes from Asia, right? It's just talking about a serpent, right? The only other example where you actually have something like that, like a quote unquote dragon, like you see in mythology, is actually a real creature the Most High made that's terrible that lives in the ocean called Leviathan, right? That's where you get your Godzilla concept from, right? That's based on a real creature. They say that's why other Vikings made their ships to have the head of like looks like a head of a serpent on their ship. Because the hope was I think they had witnessed it during those times, and they built the ship as if like a decoy to say, oh, maybe it'll think it's one of them or something. At least according to some sources, that's what they say or why they say they built the ships like that. But yeah, Leviathan is real, and they're terrible. And the end of the book of Job talks about them in fine detail. But we'll probably go into that in the class as we have before. We'll probably do that again in the future. So it says, "I rather dwell with a lion and a dragon," right? Two creatures that can really mess you up, and to keep house with a wicked woman, right? So once again, it's talking about the wickedness of a woman and how horrible it can be, right? We can link this with Proverbs chapter 21 in verse 9, also verse 19. I think even sisters can attest to this, right? When it comes to certain women that they know about, and they're just like, oh, yeah, that woman, she's no good, right? Watch out for her. I'll give you the heads up. And more mature sisters can see this too when it comes to certain young girls or trends amongst the youth in general, let alone young women, and how they can be, unless they have somebody to kind of pull their coattail and say, hey, young sister, that's not the way to say. That's not the way to be. There's a better way. Check this out. Proverbs 21 and verse 9, it says, it is better to dwell in a corner of a housetop than with a brawling woman in a wide house. Right? So kind of making that same comparison, like, to be on the corner of a housetop, that's not comfortable. But what Solomon is saying here is like, I'd rather that than to be in a big house with a brawling woman, right? Because even though we got a lot of space, it's still going to be a frustrating situation. Also, verse 19, it is better to dwell in the wilderness than with a contentious and angry woman. So he's even comparing it to being like in the wilderness, as bad as that can be, right? Because in the wilderness, you got to keep your head on the swivel. Because you're out there in the wild, right? You don't know if a wild animal's going to come after you, or a snake might get you that's in the grass, right, or in the plain, right, depending on whatever type of environment that you're in. Yeah. So back in Ecclesiasticus 25, let's read 17. It says, the wickedness of a woman changeth her face and darkeneth her countenance like sackcloth, right? So it says, when a woman's wicked, it's like her face becomes darkened, right? So think of that kind of on the flip side. Think of it like when you're righteous, it says it causes your face to shine. So it's only natural that if you're wicked, it's going to make your face to be like darkened. Even if you're an attractive man, in this case, a woman, we know men. We look at the Most High made kind of, I guess you say, a balance between men and women, where men are made to have a certain way about them, women made to have a certain way about them, while men tend to be the stronger, right? The stronger sex physically. Women tend to be the fairer sex physically, right? Now, of course, you can have exceptions to the rule, but we tend to see that that's generally speaking the rule. So even when a woman is beautiful, if she's wicked, it still will come off like she's like, you know, an ugly heart, right? Like they say, beauty is skin deep, but ugly is clean to the bone. It's like, wow, as attractive as she is, it's like, man, she's just so horrible to look at because of the wickedness that she has going on, even though she may be beautiful or physically attractive. But just to show the opposite of this, you can write down Ecclesiastes chapter 8 and verse 1, which reads, Ecclesiastes chapter 8 in verse 1. It reads, who is as the wise man, who knoweth the interpretation of a thing? A man's wisdom maketh his face to shine, and the boldness of his face shall be changed. Right? So for brothers and sisters, you want this, right? You want to be like when Moses had to put a veil over his face when he came down from the mountain. That's what we want, right? We don't want to have darkness come up from our face. So it says, we got any more links here? Yeah, you could also link Ecclesiasticus 42 and 14. Ecclesiasticus 42 and 14. Which reads, better is the churlishness of a man than a courteous woman, or the wickedness of a man than a courteous woman. A woman, I say, which bringeth shame and reproach, right? Reproach is shame. So it's like comparing the courteousness of a woman, and it's saying that the wickedness of a man is worse. I mean, is not as bad as a courteous woman, right? Because like he's talking about when it comes to a woman's wickedness, right? It can be or can come off or be more subtle, right? To where you don't even notice it until it's too late, until the damage is done. Whereas uh, a man's wickedness, like I said, not to say there's an exception to the rule, but a man's wickedness tends to be more obvious, more evident, more in your face, more easily identifiable, right? So back in Ecclesiasticus chapter 25, let's read on in verse 18 now. 25 and 18 reads, her husband shall sit among his neighbors, and when he heareth it, shall sigh bitterly, right? So word will get out about this wicked woman, right? And if she's married, her husband says he shall sigh bitterly once he hears about her, or it's being talked about concerning her, or just in general, being with her, day in and day out, and knowing how she is and what she does. It says in verse 19, like we've been reading, all wickedness is but little to the wickedness of a woman. And it says, let the portion of a sinner fall upon her, right? So the portion of a sinner, it says, let it fall upon her, right? So they're saying, let the judgment that's key, or let the judgment that's due come upon her for her actions, right? Whether it be things that she's saying or things that she's doing, right? Because this is something that ought not to be, right? So wickedness is something that ought not to be, especially in the case of a woman. And you can link this 42 and 19 with verse 13, which we read already. So it all kind of connects. We connect the 19 with 13, 13 with 19, right? But now reading on, it says, 20, as the climbing up a sandy way is to the feet of the aged, so is a wife full of words to a quiet man. So, as difficult as it is for an older person to climb up, especially a way that's sandy, right, where your footing isn't so sure, right, and it can hurt your feet, which, with the older person, they're going to have trouble on their feet a lot of times, right, from walking so much their life. That's compared to what a wife full of words to a quiet man, right? Because he's going to be overwhelmed, right? If he doesn't like to say much, but then she has a whole lot to say in this case, right? And that's going to be like similar to the affliction of a person, an older person walking uphill in a sandy way. To link that 25 and 20, and this isn't going into, just being talkative in general, right? Because a woman can talk a lot, but what she's saying is, positive or righteous, right? Right. The context here is saying what she's saying is what cruel and vindictive, right? Mean, spiteful, not constructive. Remember, always bring it back to what I'm saying, what I'm doing. Is this really constructive? Is this really helping the situation? Because if it is, say on. Even if it may not be the nicest thing, but if it's something that needs to be said, something needs to be heard, right? From whoever she's saying it to, her husband, whoever, then say on. But now it's just becoming spiteful and nitpicky and just insulting without any real constructive goal. That's where you want to draw it back. That's the measure stick you want to always use for anyone. Be you a woman, a man, children. Is this constructive? Is this going to help is this going to help me, us, our situation grow? Use that as your measuring tool. If you're not sure if what you're saying or doing is helpful, consider, all right, am I being, cruel or my words not really helping the situation or if I have a question about it. Proverbs chapter 7 and verse 11. Also Proverbs chapter 9 and verse 13. So Proverbs chapter 7. Proverbs chapter 7 and verse 11 reads, she is loud and stubborn, her feet abideth not in her house. Right? Going back to the woman earlier that was tempting the young man that was, she was already with somebody, right? And like I said, it's kind of you could say it's like an anecdotal story. I'm not sure if it's like a literal story. All in all, the scenario is a real thing, right? Yeah, it says she is loud and stubborn. It says her feet abide not in her house. So instead of her keeping the home, she's like what the New Testament talks about being a busybody, going here and going there, right? Getting involved in other people's matters when it's not needed. And stubborn, not listening to instruction, right? Be it from her father, her husband, even friends, right? If they advise her on certain things as far as the right way, and she doesn't listen. Also, 9 and 13 says, a foolish woman is clamorous, she is simple and knoweth nothing, right? So clamorous meaning like she's loud, right? Because remember, raising your voice is one thing, right? But what are you saying as you raise your voice, right? If you're raising your voice and what you're saying is helpful, constructive, that's one thing. But if it's just mean-spirited and spiteful, that's something else. Because you want to make sure you don't get deceived by that, where you see people yelling. In this case, women yelling. Just say, "Oh, she's just angry. She's mad." Back away. But listen to what she's saying first and foremost. Then from there, make a judgment as far as what's going on. Because she might have, she may not be temperate at the moment or exerting self-control, but her concern may be legitimate concern, right? If you may not know what led to that, she may have tried to say it calmly and more than once, and it didn't happen. So then she raised her voice to try to emphasize the point even more. But as we learn the truth, the key is to, use the scriptures and, let that be a last resort, you know, as far as raising voices, getting physical, right? And even getting physical, if you want to rule that out, altogether, if possible, when it comes to, domestic disputes and things like that, if anything, make your position, make it plain, but make it stern too. And the benefit that we both have as men and women, especially if we're with someone who's in the truth or even not in the truth, right? We can make our point, and then if it's still falling on deaf ears and the person's not taking what you're saying into account seriously, making an effort to make a change seriously, right? Even if they don't get results, you see them trying to make an effort. But if they don't even try to make an effort, that's you can defer it to the Lord and just say, and put on the Lord's hand to say, Lord, please, I need an intervention to help out in this matter, this situation. Right? I need you to come in because I've done my, due diligence as a watchman, right? I've given the warning, right, about this thing that this person is saying or doing. And, give the Most High a chance, because you'd be surprised how he could turn a person around, turn a situation around, and have them come to that conclusion, right? After going through a certain situation that didn't involve you getting involved directly with your own, short-sighted revenge plot, right? Because you have it out for him or her. Because remember, it's what people do, is how they do it, but then there's why they do it. It's easy for us to miss the why people do what they do or why they say what they say when our own feelings get involved, right? We can feel like, oh, they did that against us. Not necessarily, right? It could be their own issues that they're dealing with and have little to nothing to do with you, in particular, even though it hurt you what they said it did. So that requires maturity as well to be able to acknowledge that. So back to Ecclesiasticus 25. Verse 21 now. It reads, stumble not at the beauty of a woman and desire her not for pleasure, right? So while we know this can go for the sisters too, we know with men, we tend to be more visual, right? Not to say women aren't, but, this tends to be a thing you see a lot where, you see it, just in your everyday, you definitely see it at camp where we'll be teaching. And, a woman or a sister walk by and we're talking to a brother or maybe we're dealing with a stranger guy. And then we're dealing with them teaching the truth. And, a woman will walk by, she might be attractive. She more than likely is wearing something she shouldn't. And while we're trying to, get somewhere in the scriptures, they'll stop. And look at her as she walked by and totally lose concentration. Get the man's attention saying, hey, talking about this, right? Let's keep it here on the scriptures, right? And they're like, yeah, brother, you're right. There's a lot of temptation out here, brother. It's just like, okay, let's get into the scriptures here. But there's a way of dealing with that when it comes to a woman's attraction, where you can acknowledge it without being in the sin, being in transgression. So that's where scriptures like these come in, where it talks about what? Don't stumble at the beauty of a woman. Then it says, and desire her not for pleasure. So it shouldn't just be pleasure alone as far as why you seek a woman, right? While you may be attracted to her, find her attractive, or others find her attractive, You want to find out, what her spirit is like, right? You want to find out what her principles are, right? That she lives by, right? Religious, spiritual, philosophical, etc. You want to find out what she's into, right? As far as what passion she has, what interest she has, what hobby she has, right? You also want to find out, what she expects out of a man, right? As far as whoever was close to her growing up, right? Whether it was her father or her uncle or her brother or her cousin, right? Whoever was like a key man in her life that kind of imprinted her as far as, you know, how a man is. She's going to be attracted to that in you, consciously and subconsciously. And the same works on the vice versa, right? Because you want to find those things out. Because unfortunately, you know, the principles that she's living by, just like your principles, could be different, or your interests might be different, or sometimes it might be the same, right? Or maybe you might be able to combine things that you're both passionate and interested about in creative ways. Or her model for what a man should be, even though she may be trying to, do better, but she grew up seeing a not so good example, right? So then she gets attracted to your unrighteous behavior, right? You want to be mindful of that too. And it's just like, oh man, not only is she attracted to me, she's attracted to me for the wrong reason. These are things that I still need to work on myself. So these are like the key things you want to look at as far as when it comes to someone that you're attracted to initially, right? You want to find out these other things. That's going to be a telltale sign of whether or not it could last, whether or not it could go to the next level, right? These are the things you want to find out during the courting phase, right? Which we compel, let it be 6 to 9 months, right? At least. Hell, even give it a whole year, right? Be with someone a whole season before you decide to take that next step, right? To come together. But just to desire her for pleasure, and then you lay down with her and you find out, a short time later that, you guys don't have the same principles or values. You guys don't share the same interests. You don't meet each other's behavioral expectation for the opposite sex, right? She doesn't do what you expect a woman to do. He doesn't do what you expect a man to do. Now at this point, the damage is done. You guys have already done the do, and you realize, God, we're not really a good fit for each other. So yeah, these are things we want to definitely look at. Because if you have all three of those and they're all in sync, great. Two out of those three, it can definitely work. One out of three of those things might be tough. It's gonna be a tough one. And 0 out of 3, yeah, you can pretty much write it off. You can write it off as what's the joke they make in the world? You're my new ex-boyfriend. You're my new ex-girlfriend. Yeah. But anyway, as far as not being attracted just for looks alone, you could link these verses also in Ecclesiasticus. We can go to chapter 9 and verse 8. Ecclesiasticus 9 and 8, which reads, "Turn away thine eye from a beautiful woman and look not upon another's beauty. For many have been deceived by the beauty of a woman, for herewith love is kindled as a fire." Right? So you can't just go off of beauty alone, right? You can't just go after arm candy, as they say, right? She's got nice measurements, right? Well, he's got a nice car, or he's got nice measurements, right? You can't just go off of that. You gotta look into, okay, what makes the person tick, you know? And from a righteous standpoint, we could look at it from a temptation standpoint, right? Because that's all I'm pretty much saying. Because if you look at the parable of the sower and the seed, it describes what? The relationship between the Heavenly Father and his wife, Israel, Christ and his wife, the church, right? So if the parable of the sower and the seed can describe that, right? as far as how we're going to be tempted, as far as our reason, as far as our emotions, as far as our actions, right? Our desires. We can definitely use that to as a measuring tool to look at a man and woman coming together, right? And use the parable of the sower and the seed in a similar fashion. So that's all I did. I just looked at those three types of afflictions and said, okay, so if this describes the relationship between Israel and the Most High, or Christ, or the church in Christ, we can use this to look at the temptations that may come in a relationship, right, between a man and a woman, right? Because they're all related, they're all similar to each other. But yeah, that way you won't get caught up in this. But do looks matter? Yeah, of course. Does how much you make matter? Yeah, of course. Right? But the key is just don't make it the only thing. Right? You don't just want to make it that by itself. You want to be more than just that. Yeah, because sometimes you read certain scriptures, it seems like, oh, you don't want to find her pleasurable. Oh, you don't want to get with a beautiful woman. No, it's not saying that. It's just saying you don't want to get with her just because she's beautiful. You don't want to get with him just because he has money. You know what I mean? That's what it's getting at. But also with this verse, Ecclesiasticus 42 and 12. Ecclesiasticus 42 and 12. It reads, behold not everybody's beauty, and sit not in the midst of women. Right? So even here it says, don't even behold everybody's beauty. Right? Because depending on how, beautiful a woman is, right? You look at her, right? Sometimes you may not be able to look away, right? You look and you get so captivated to her, and then your mind starts running wild. Now you start lusting. God forbid she's married. Now you're lusting after a married woman. So it's like, wickedness on top of wickedness, right? So we want to be mindful of that. Sometimes it's just best to look away. An image I like to use, just think of it as like a tide, right? The tide comes in, right? You behold someone of the opposite sex. The tide comes in, right? You acknowledge, oh, okay, they got it going on. They look nice. They're well put together, right? Et cetera, et cetera. And just let the tide wash back out to sea, right? Because otherwise, what happens is you behold someone's beauty and you just get stuck on it. Now it's like instead of the tide going back out, now it's like you get caught up in the undertow, right? Like if you guys ever been in the ocean and you swim and you get caught in the undertow, it's like now it's like you're stuck. You can't get out of it. You can see the beach, right? It's like almost like it's right there. Like I can reach the beach, but I can't get to it because I'm caught in this undertow, right? That's what happens when the desire becomes what was the word we read earlier? Uh, you become like an old adulterer or an old adulterer that doteth. Now you start to dote, right? And that dote, leads to lust and other types of thoughts where you're going above and beyond, and you find yourself in trouble. So yeah, Ecclesiastes 42 and 12. Also, we can also go to Tobit chapter 8 and verse 6, where we're going to see exactly what we're talking about. He's going to say the right thing. He's got the right idea. So Tobit chapter 8 and verse 6. And then I'll read also verse 7. Actually, I'll start from verse 5. I'll start from verse 5 and then read down. Tobit chapter 8 and verse 5, it reads, Then began Tobias to say, Blessed art thou, O God of our fathers, and blessed is thy name, thy holy and glorious name forever. Let the heavens bless thee, and all thy creatures. Verse 6, Thou madest Adam, and gavest him Eve, his wife, for an helper and stay. Of them came mankind. Thou hast said, It's not good that man should be alone. Let us make unto him an aid like unto himself. So he's referring back to the things in Genesis, which we'll come to again as well. Let's read on. Verse 10, it says, verse 7. And now, my O Lord, I take not this my sister for lust, but uprightly. Now, when he says sister, he's talking about they're of the same tribe, right? They're of the tribe of Naphtali, right? Not saying his immediate family, right? Because we know that's wicked. That's incest. You can't uncover the nakedness of your near kin. It's got to be first cousin on out. Anything closer than that, it's incest. It's wicked. We know our brother Esau is known for that one, right? As well as Moab and Ammon, right? Anyway, it says, I take not my sister for lust, but uprightly, therefore mercifully ordained that we may become aged together. And she said with him, Amen, or so be it. So that was, he had the right idea, right? While he was obviously attracted to her, right? This is Tobias, Tobit's son. Being attracted to Sarah, he's saying to the Lord, I want to marry her. I want to be with her. I want to grow old with her. I'm not just trying to hit it and quit it, right? I'm not just getting with her because I'm attracted to her and that's it, right? So it's not saying he's not attracted to her. It's not saying he doesn't desire her, but he desires her completely, not just viscerally, right? So that's the key, right? You want to desire someone in their entirety, not just for what they offer you on a visceral level, be it, pleasure or resources or something like that alone, right? Because that's what happens when, because if you're not careful, that's when idolatry can come and you can, it's pretty much you can idolize a person that you're with, right? When it's not supposed to be the relationship you have with your significant other. But Tobit 8, 5-8, that's the whole thing. But his prayer to the Lord does a pretty good job of showing a proper way to desire a mate, where it's not just for what they can physically provide you, be you a man or a woman. Also, we can go to Proverbs. We go into Proverbs a lot, right? What did let's get an advice from a prophetess herself. Let's go to Proverbs 31, right? The famous Virtuous Woman chapter. Let's find out Lemuel's mother, right? Tells you that this is the prophecy that she taught him. So she was prophesying to her son Lemuel. And she had some wise things to tell him. So 31 in verse 1 is what I was talking about. It says, the words of King Lemuel, the prophecy that his mother taught him, right? So like we see in the scriptures, you have prophets and you have prophetesses, right? Here's another example. But now let's jump down to verse 30. What did she say? It says, favor is deceitful and beauty is vain. But a woman that feareth the Lord, she shall be praised. Right? So even she's saying what? Favor, while having favor is, in and of itself, not a bad thing. It can be deceitful if that's all you're looking for, or if that's all that you're, leaning towards. Because you read about, in the past about, Rachel, one of Jacob's wives, right? Says that she was beautiful and well-favored. It tells you that their son Joseph, he was a well-favored, beautiful man himself, right? To where he had a married woman, Potiphar's wife, right? She Man, talk about sexual harassment on the job. Jesus, she was the opposite. What we usually hear about, which is men, uh, sexual harassing women, right? You read about in Genesis. She's like, lie with me, right? Come here, right? And Joseph's just like, whoa, 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 whoa. No, you're married to Potiphar. I'm working for him. No, no. To where you read about her grabbing his coat when he tried to run away. Right. So clearly, he was easy on the eyes enough to where she wanted a piece of that. Anyway, it says favor is deceitful, beauty is vain, be it a woman's beauty or even a man's beauty, right? But a woman that feareth the Lord, she shall be praised, right? So a woman that feareth the Lord, that's what's key. That's what sets her apart. That's why we have sisters like this that we can read about and see their wise counsel. Or we can read about, like we just did not too long ago, we went through Purim, we read about Esther, right? Or Hadassah, where she was a beautiful woman too, physically, but what set her apart, what made her live forever, right? And what we read about her now was her fear of the Lord, right? That's why we praise her even to this day. Same thing with sisters like Judith, right? We see why she was set apart. It wasn't just for her beauty, because she was a very beautiful woman in her time, right? To where, our men and men in other nations were at awe as far as her beauty. What really set her apart was her fear in the Lord, her righteousness, right? And her boldness to take on, a much stronger enemy, right? Which even the men at that time were like, she had to step forward and show them what time it is, right? Or Deborah, right? We can go into Deborah too, and in her story with Barak and how between the two of them they delivered Israel during their time. So a woman that feared the Lord, she shall be praised, right? That's what's important. That's what you want to write home about. Because, beauty is nice, but it's temporary, right? I always I say make the joke, but it's like, we all in the same way, right? We're all, a skeleton a skeleton in a sepulcher before it's all said and done, and who's going to remember your beauty at that point? You're just going to be a skeleton. I can't say I've seen a skeleton that's more pretty than another skeleton. you know, you look the same. You look the same once you go back to the dirt, go back to the dust. So don't make too much of it. Acknowledge it for what it's worth, but don't go above and beyond. Just like money, right? Money has its value, it has its worth, but don't put it on a pedestal above and beyond what it's worth. Same thing with beauty. Just Proverbs 31 and 30. What else we got? So I'll give you these two. We're just on lust in general, and then we'll move on. So let's go to James chapter 1. You can write down James chapter 1. So James chapter 1. Okay, I'm going the wrong way. Hebrews, James. There we go. Titus, Philemon, Hebrews, James. James chapter 1, 13 reads, let no man say when he is tempted, I am tempted of God, for God cannot be tempted with evil, neither tempted he any man. 14, every man is tempted when he is drawn away of his own lust and enticed. So the devil made me do it. Get that out of your vocabulary. Get out of the vocabulary anybody that wants to talk to you about this stuff, right? It's your choice. Now, you choosing, right, can make things difficult. We're not saying that, right? But you still have a choice no matter what you're faced with, right? No matter what temptation comes your way, whether it be doctrines, afflictions, lusts, in this case, lusts, you still have a choice in what to do about it, right? As far as yourself. You may not be able to control your environment around you under certain temptation, which is understandable. But as far as what you do in any given moment with you and your own body, in your mind, or your soul, you have control over that. It says, verse 15, and when lust had conceived, it bringeth forth sin. So when you have that lust, and it says it had conceived, it says it bring forth sin. So if lust were like a woman, and it says if she conceived, right, if she's with child, her child would be sin, right? So if you give it enough time for it to germinate, right, that lust, it's going to bring forth the transgression in the law, right? Which is going to be bad for you and anybody around you. And sin, when it is finished, bringing forth death. So now you done brought sin into the world, newborn baby sin, and now sin goes into the world, grows up, and just causes death. Verse 16, do not err, my beloved brethren. So don't err in this way. So that's 13 to 16 of James chapter 1. Also, 1 Peter chapter 2. First John chapter 2. First John chapter 2, verse 15, which reads, love not the world, neither the things that are in the world. If any man love the world, love of the Father is not in him. 16, for all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life, is not of the Father, but is of the world. 17, and the world passeth away, and the lust thereof. But he that doeth the will of God abideth forever. See that? So you starting to see a trend here. She that feared the woman that feared the Lord, she shall be praised. And we read, he that do the will of God abideth forever. See, so that's where it's at. That's what we want to do. Right? We don't want to let these carnal things become the object. Right? Like how our soul should be our object. Because if we make it a habit of keeping our soul, we can have things, right? We can deal with beauty. We can deal with, wealth. And not have beauty and wealth have us, right? We can have beauty or have wealth without those things having us. So 1 John 2, 15 to 17. Also James 1, 13 to 16. All that going with what we're reading in 25. So it says, in verse 22 now, a woman, if she maintain her husband, is full of anger, impudence, and much reproach, right? So this going into now, once again, going into the domestic dynamics, right? A woman, if she maintain her husband, right? So this is going into her, keeping home or being a homemaker. This is going into her, as they say, being a breadwinner, right? Or winning bread, right? For the household, right? Now, if this is totally, fall on her responsibility, right? Now, this is going into a circumstance that is controllable, meaning the man has means to, do something or find some means of labor to earn a living, right? If he's not willing to do that, and she's just doing this, and she's totally upkeeping him and the household, right? It says, is full of anger, impudence, and much reproach, right? Because in the law, remember, that was the judgment, right? Even going back to Genesis, it says what? Because you didn't want to listen to me in the garden, and you hearken unto your wife instead of hearkening unto me in this matter of eating the fruit. By the sweat of your brow you shall eat bread, right? So that was a judgment upon Adam, right? To be that breadwinner, right? To earn through labor. So that's something that goes back to, how the Most High intended, what the Most High intended as far as the judgment upon man, as far as how he's supposed to be, and then the judgment upon woman going into her having pain through during childbirth, right, during child rearing, for her transgression. But as far as circumstances that can go outside of that, yeah, because you might have a situation where the the husband, the father, right, he might be injured or ill or something like that, and a woman may, in order to keep the family afloat, work or do work to keep things going, at least until some other help can be provided, or until you know that man, if hopefully if he was wise, he has something in reserves he can at least tap into, right, to keep the family afloat given his situation. But that's different. That's understandable. We're talking about a man not willingly trying to provide for the household. Esau's created a lot of confusion around this, to where in this modern era, he's tried to redefine what makes a man, what makes a woman. Redefine gender, right? Going against nature, right? As far as what a marriage is according to the scriptures, he'll try to redefine these things and creates confusion. It's not to say that a woman can't work, right? Of course she can, right? It's just what are we best suited for, as far as why we were made? That's the thing we have to question, right? As far as being men and women, regardless of what man may come up with or what ideas we may construct in our own head. But to link with this, I'm gonna go back to Tobit just to show that exception, because you have a scenario here where Tobit, he was the breadwinner, right? He was doing that and more. Right? He was helping his brothers and sisters who were being afflicted by the Assyrian captivity and weren't being given proper burials when they died. And he got in trouble for that. People were talking about him, like him going around and trying to bury people, right? But then something happened, which I'm about to read, and we'll see what his wife Anna did as a response. So Tobit chapter 2, I'll start from 9. It says, 2 and 9, it says, the same night also I returned from the burial. This is Tobit talking. And slept by the wall of my courtyard, being polluted, and my face was uncovered. Right? So, he obviously tired, right, from doing burial, because, burying your brother is a noble act. But at the same time, it's it could be, try what do you call it, very tiring, right? Because, you're digging a hole, covering the hole back up, et cetera, et cetera. So it says that he was, where'd I go? He returned from the burial and slept by the wall of my courtyard, being polluted. My face was uncovered. So he didn't go into the house because he didn't want to defile his wife and everything else that was in there, right? Because he had been dealing with a dead body. His face was uncovered. Verse 10, he says, and I knew not that there were sparrows on the wall, small birds, and mine eyes being open. Sometimes you might sleep with your eyes open. I know, you might be one of those folks. You might have family that does that, right? Where they go to sleep and their eyes might be kind of like half closed, like not exactly like. I know you usually see people sleeping like this, but you might see people sleep with their eyes like this, and you may look at them. You might walk by them while they're in the bed or on the couch or wherever. You kind of do a double take, like, "Are you awake?" You look extra close to see if they're awake. You're like, "Oh no, they're asleep." It's just their eyes are partly open. So his eyes were probably open when he slept. What happened? The sparrows muted warm dung into mine eyes, and a whiteness came in mine eyes. So it was bird dung got in his eyes, and it says it made like a whiteness in his eyes. And I went to the physicians, but they helped me not. Moreover, Achaicurus did nourish me until I went into Elymas. So now he can't see, right? You read on the story, you're going to see the Most High is going to help him there, but at this point he can't see. But then it says in verse 11, and my wife Anna did take woman's work to do. So she now started to do work, right? Since, it's tougher to do work now, given that, his eyes, he can't see. Verse 12, when she had sent them home to the owners, they paid her wages and gave her also besides a kid or a young goat, right? So we'll just stop there. But just to show that, yeah, under certain circumstances, yeah, a woman may have to do that, given, a certain situation, right? But it shouldn't be the normal thing, right? If anything, if she wants to work, yeah, she can work, but it shouldn't be a thing where, okay, if she stops working, that means, everything shuts down, right? A man should have things in place to where he's able to do those things, provide, right, for his wife and children, even if she can't work. Now, we know without the truth, in the world, yeah, men do this and they don't, and they go about, all types of means, oftentimes illegal to do this, to fulfill this, right? And sometimes not, right? A lot of times not. But once again, this is just being another temptation, another part of the curse, the affliction that has been put upon Israel, especially Israelite men, as far as there not being might in our hand, right? To where we're now compelled to get it right with the Most High in Christ to the best of our ability so that we can even be in a position, right, to take care of ourselves, let alone our wife and children if we so have them, right? But yeah, there's definitely a concerted effort, and the Most High has allowed the wicked, which are his sword, to do this, which is, to intentionally give more opportunity to sisters and then make it harder for brothers to work as a deterrent, right? So that they can upset our family structure, which then in turn will upset the community structure, which in turn will upset the national structure. This isn't anything that's strange or weird. He does this overseas too. He he took notes from what he did to divide and conquer us, or try to divide and conquer us as Israel, and he's used these same methods with the other dark nations. Right? He even does it with his own people. Right? It's like, let's have the man against the woman. Let's have the parents against the kids. Let's have the old against the young. Right? With Israel, let's have well, actually not just Israel, but Israel for sure. Let's put the light skin against the dark skin. Right? Let's find all these differences, and then try to exploit those differences to what? Put these people at odds with each other, create conflict where there never was, right? It's our own conflict, really, but we want to put this and make it their problem, right? And that's what they've done. And our people who are destroyed for lack of knowledge, we fall for the traps, not realizing that we're just being played, not realizing that, in order for us to really make things work, we got to do it together. We got to have a blueprint to do it together. And it's not going to work being at odds with each other. So you see, the emphasis being on being the best man or best woman that you can be, right? And then we see the scripture speaking on this. Even the world's going in this direction too when it comes to, addressing relationships. All the while, the elephant in the room is not being acknowledged as far as the culprit for this division, which we know the scriptures tell us exactly, who the culprit is. But us acknowledging that in the truth, we even see, wow, even the world is, trying to make sense of, what went wrong as far as male-female relations when it comes to the West, right? But like I said, that's kind of its own discussion, but it's a complicated issue, made complicated but because of a simple premise that's not being adhered to, which is, of course, the scriptures, right? But let's continue on. This is 1 Timothy 5 and 8, also go to verse 22. So first, so we got Tobit 2, and we stopped, we read from 9 down to 12. Now, we'll get 1 Timothy chapter 5 and verse 8. 1 Timothy chapter 5 and verse 8, which reads, "But if any provide not for his own, especially for those of his own house, he hath denied the faith and is worse than an infidel." Right? So this is the idea, is what we're talking about, right? Unless there's a certain circumstances, right, which we know can happen, this should be the norm, right? Like, as men, we should be thinking in this fashion. Now, we may not be able to do it, right? We may, like I said, find ourselves in a situation where we might have to figure things out and work through things, right? That's understandable. Or you may not be in that position yet, but you have the knowledge and know-how that you need to be in that position to do this, right? Yeah, it's even better in that case. But the key is to not willingly be in this position where you're not providing for your own, right? Where you have a choice in the matter, right? That's where you fall into this category. Let me get one more, and also in Ecclesiasticus, and we're going to read it in the future, and then we'll continue on. But Ecclesiasticus chapter 30. Sorry, 33. Ecclesiasticus 33 and 19. Ecclesiasticus chapter 33 and verse 19. Because remember, part of the temptation is the duty that's been placed on us is going to be, is going to be tested, right? We're all going to be tested in our own specific way as tribes of Israel, as men of Israel, as women of Israel, right? Given the duty, right, that we're have been entrusted to do as men and women, and as men and women of respected tribes of Israel, right? To see if we're going to endure and do our best to uphold our duty, the responsibility the Most High trusted in us, as far as being a brother, being a sister, being a husband, being a wife, being a father, being a mother, right, et cetera, et cetera. All the other roles that are prescribed for us if we take them on. This is Ecclesiasticus 33 and 19. It says, "Give not thy son and wife, thy brother and friend power over thee while thou livest, and give not thy goods to another, lest it repent thee, and thou entreat for the same again." So you were being told what? Do not give your son, your wife, brother, or friend power over thee while thou livest, right? Meaning, don't become indebted to someone else, right? And this is also, when you read above, it's talking about when you come up on a higher level, right? As far as you becoming a great man of the people or the rulers of the congregation. So we should aspire to be in a position where we can uphold this, right? We may not be there yet. This is where this is a goal we should strive to, right? As men of Israel. "Give not thy son and wife, thy brother and friend power over thee while thou livest, and give not thy goods to another, lest it repent thee, and thou entreat for the same again." Verse 20. As long as thou livest and hast breath in thee, give not thyself over to any. For better it is that thy children shall seek to thee, and that thou shouldest stand to their courtesy. Right? So, how's the saying go? They say, uh, every class, right? As far as society, right? As far as like low class, middle class, upper class, right? They say upper class, they value different things, right? When it comes to resources, they say upper class they value real estate, right? And having real estate. They say the middle class values education, getting a good education, right? That's your key. And they say the lower classes they value children because when you get old, they'll take care of you. Right? Now, all three of those are important, right? Real estate or inheritance, education, right? Knowledge as far as, skills, talents, etc. And having children, we read earlier, right? About children being uh, an inheritance, right? And that we should have our quiver full of them. But now, with that last one, as far as, having children, because when I get old, they'll take care of me. Yeah, but let that be, like I said, a last resort. If anything, let it be a situation where it be something that happened in the worst case scenario. Let it be a thing to where you got things in place, right, for them, right, so that they can continue on, right? They may help you as far as you might be ill or sick or something like that. But as far as like resources go, you don't want to be putting your own children, having your own children indebted to you due to illness you may have and the cost to heal the illness with like hospital costs and God forbid you pass away untimely and you got funeral costs, right? You want to have certain things in place to provide for that, right? To have those resources there so that it can be made good, so that it's not a weight on the family that you leave behind, right? And we see this with Abraham and Sarah. We see this with Isaac and Rebecca. We see this with Jacob and Leah, Rachel, Bilhah, and Zilpah, right? To where they always had something to hand down with our patriarchs and matriarchs. They always had an inheritance to give to that next generation coming down, right? So we want to get in that mentality. If we're not in a position to do it, we want to find ways to do it, right? Do the due diligence, as far as looking into real estate if we haven't, different types, looking into insurance, right? Be it health or life insurance or what have you, and see what the options are that are there, right? That are feasible, that are going to be helpful, even in the way this society is crumbling down and the way inflation is going up. There's still ways to hedge for those rainy days when they come. Because they come sooner than we expect. So in wisdom, we need to do these things even if we're in our captivity, right? We need to strive to cover these things because even these men, they weren't in Israel. I think these guys wrote this. They were wise, but they were living in Egypt. These were Jews that were in Alexandria. Kind of like you read about Apollos in Acts. He was a Jew from Alexandria as well. He had a big uh, community of us in Alexandria, Egypt. And these men came. They were before that time, obviously, but there was a big community of Hebrews that were in Egypt, but that were still keeping the law, statutes, and commandments. And the men that wrote Ecclesiasticus were Jews from that community. So they were, even though they were, in captivity, they still knew to do this or to do their best to do this if they were going to be leaders in the congregation. But I'll stop there. So that's Ecclesiasticus 33. I read from 19 down to 21. And I'll get one more. Oops. 33:19-21. And also Proverbs. Proverbs 13:22. Also to go with this. So yeah, even though we may be in captivity, doesn't matter. We still put forth our best effort to carnally make provision for those that come after us, right? For those that we're with and those that are after us, right? Even if we do hit some hiccups or we may be a bit confused as far as the best way to do it, right? We still take the time out to find out ways to do it and seek it out, and the Most High will find a way. If we're sincere. Proverbs chapter 13 and verse 22, because we know afflictions will come, right? But we'll overcome them in the end. Proverbs chapter 13 and verse 22, it says, a good man leaveth an inheritance to his children's children, and the wealth of the sinner is laid up for the just. Right? So all those things are important, right? To have children, right? To have education, right? And to teach and to have some kind of wealth or real estate, right? All those things have their place, have their value, right? When it comes to what we have that we leave behind. So Ecclesiasticus 25. We read 22. We linked Tobit 2, 9-12, 1 Timothy 5 and 8, and Ecclesiasticus 33:19-21, as well as Proverbs 13 and 22. So now Ecclesiasticus 25 and 23 says, a wicked woman abateth the courage, maketh a heavy countenance and a wounded heart. A woman that will not comfort her husband in distress make weak hands and feeble knees, right? So this goes back to Genesis, right? Where it says, it's not good that I made man alone. I'll make him a help, meet or right for him, right? So that links up with Genesis 2 and 18. I just say, again, write down Genesis 2 and 18. Link that with 25 and 23, right? So for a wife that doesn't do that unto her husband, right? It's like going against her purpose behind why the Most High made the husband and wife to come together. So if anything, that's going to cause harm or it's going to discourage the husband, right? Because anytime you have someone who's supposed to be your confidant, your right hand, right, etc., and they don't provide that support, yeah, it's going to feel like, oh man, something I'm doing is wrong, right? Maybe I don't deserve help, right? But you feel this in any team environment because a husband and wife is like a team, right? And teams are have that similar function to where it's like if people on a team, don't really feel like they're part of the team. They don't really feel like pulling weight or putting in what they can into it. It can cause things to dissemble. It can cause things to fall apart. It can cause the captain of the team to feel some kind of way, really sit back and reconsider his or her way and go, okay, maybe I need to change my strategy. Maybe I need to try to do something different here, right? But if this support isn't being provided, then it's like it's hard for that man to what? Go forward in his full strength, right? If, he's hoping or looking for that help, that comfort, that support. So you can link with this, Genesis 2:18, like I mentioned, as far as the role that the woman plays for the man. And also, you can write down Hebrews 12:12, which talks about, how the power of Christ through the Spirit, it can go against or it can do away with the weak hands and feeble knees. Hebrews 12:12, I'll read 13 as well, says, wherefore lift up the hands which hang down and the feeble knees, 13, and make straight paths for your feet, lest that which is lame be turned out of the way, but let it rather be healed. Right? So talking about us standing up, us overcoming temptation and being stronger for it in the end, right? As members of Christ's body. So, reading on in verse 24, it says, oh, the woman came the beginning of sin, and through her we all die, right? So this is going into the temptation that happened in Genesis 3, right? So with 24, you can write down Genesis chapter 3 in verse 6, where Eve was tempted by the serpent, right? Which represents someone of another nation not dealing with the truth, said, yeah, partake of this fruit, right? Don't do what your God told you. Try this out, right? You'll gain knowledge of good and evil, right? You'll be like God. And we see there's a lot of doctrines around this story, especially on the left-hand side. They try to say that the serpent actually was Eve's best friend, right? He was trying to help. But the Judeo-Christian religions, they try to say that, the serpent is the enemy, right? He was the devil. And they try to say that, they call him Adonai, kind of mockingly, Lord, referring to our God, the true and living God. They say he's actually the enemy of man. He was the one trying to hold us back. So they suggest or put that doctrine out there. And it's deceived many, but we know it's not true. Because we know all the devil wants to do is to rob, to steal, to break up. And the physical devil, right? Just like we're supposed to be angels in the flesh, you got devils in the flesh, Esau. They're carrying out their job to a T. Following suit of what spiritual Satan is all about and what he was made to be. So yeah, Genesis 3 and 6, also 1 Timothy. 1 Timothy First Timothy chapter 2 and verse 14. You can write that down as well. 1 Timothy 2 and 14. Wait a minute. Did I write down the wrong thing? Oh, no, I didn't. So 1 Timothy 2 and 14, it says, and Adam was not deceived, but the woman being deceived was in the transgression, right? and Adam transgressed by hearkening unto her transgression. Then it says, notwithstanding, she shall be saved in childbearing if they continue in faith and charity and holiness with sobriety. Right? So he'll reverse the judgment he put on us, right? Eve won't have pain in childbearing anymore, right, with her new body. Adam will have, dominion, right, and have strength, whereas before he had to eat bread through the sweat of his brow, right? We're going to have dominion. We're going to have rulership over the nations, right, and be able to put them to work for us, right, just like we had in the garden. So that's the blessing of the kingdom. It's like we're going back to where we started in the beginning, right, with our new bodies and the blessing we're going to have when the new heavens and new earth are established. Wherein dwelleth righteousness. So yeah, it's going to be a pretty sweet reversal on that day. But the key is just to acknowledge, the wisdom behind the Most High's judgment, why he has us through the sweat of our brow eat bread, and why he has them, or has our sisters and women in general, paying to deliver children. To understand where that comes from, it is all rooted in disobedience, in that the salvation, the deliverance out of these hardships that we suffer can only be reversed through obedience. And I refer to Genesis 3 and 6, but let me just read it real quick. Genesis chapter 3 and verse 6. It reads, and when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also to her husband with her, and he did eat. All right, so there's that transgression right there. So you link that with Ecclesiasticus 25 and 24. Genesis 3 and 6, as well as 1 Timothy 2, 14 and 15. The fall of man, as they say, right? The so-called theologians. So Ecclesiasticus 25, in verse 25 now, it says, give the water no passage, neither a wicked woman liberty to gad abroad. Right? And gad just means to wander aimlessly, if you don't know what that word means. Right? It's the same way you don't want to give a wicked woman liberty to gad abroad, right? Because, wandering and you're wicked, any temptation that comes your way, you're going to succumb to it, right? You're going to, take of the proverbial forbidden fruit. You're going to partake of it, right? Proverbially and then literally, you're going to get yourself in trouble. Just pick your poison, pick your transgression. Right, that only makes sense. You can link with 25 and 25. You can link it with Proverbs 17 and 14. Proverbs 17 and 14. Proverbs 17 and 14, which reads, the beginning of strife is as when one letteth out water, therefore leave all contention before it be meddled with. So it's comparing the beginning of strife and contention. It's like when one letteth out water. So it's like a dam. You hold the water back, right? It gets pent up. So the key is to, keep it pent up. You don't want it to release, because otherwise it can cause a whole, stream of water to cause all types of confusion. Kind of like the dragon that tried to flood the woman in Revelations, right? Representing us, Esau and Jacob. Jacob being that woman. He tried to let the waters out to flood us, all these doctrines that we see out here, right? To confuse us, to catch us up. We're supposed to be drinking from the river of living water, right? That's what this is. But instead, we're drinking from that flood that the serpent or the dragon put out there, which is pretty much any doctrine under the sun. The horrible wine of the golden cup of Babylon that has the nations crazy. Then it says finally in verse 26, if she go not as thou wouldest have her, cut her off from thy flesh and give her a bill of divorce and let her go. Now remember, this is last resort, right? Last resort. If anything, you want to try to resolve things the best you can. You can write down Deuteronomy 24, 1 through 4, while we have this law. Remember, when you read what the Most High and what Christ himself said, they despise putting away, right? If anything, it's like, okay, let's try to find where we can actually meet and see eye to eye, within reason, within righteousness, right? Because, we can be petty in relationships, right? Men and women. So sometimes it's a matter of really putting yourself in the other person's shoes and trying to see, okay, you know what? If they want to do it this way, since it's not like a big deal to me, I'll do that because it makes him or her happy, right? And vice versa. It won't be considered conceding if it's something they want to do and it's something that, you could be fine with either way. It's not something that's gonna, harm or hurt you. And if it's something they want to do or say that's constructive, then why not? But yeah, he hates putting away. You can write down Malachi chapter 2 and verse 16 as well, which goes into the same thing. And then you could also write down Matthew chapter 5, 31 and 32, where Christ gives us, okay, look, if you're going to do it, let it only be for this reason, not for any old reason. And what Christ also is even saying here is saying that even for this reason, don't put her away. If you have to, let it only be for this reason. But even if this can be forgiven, right? Which, it's going to take a certain amount of mercy on a man's part. But, even if this happens, still try not to do it. But Matthew 5, 31 and 32. But I'll read them real quick. First, this is Deuteronomy 24, 1 to 4. And while hanging in there, I know we didn't take a break. And Lord's willing, I don't want to go beyond a Hebrew watch, which is usually 4 hours. So we started around like a little after 11:30. So my hope is that I can go through chapter 26 swift, and we can be finished by no later than 3:30, most times as well. Deuteronomy 24, 1 to 4, it says, when a man had taken a wife and married her, and it come to pass that she find no favor in his eyes because he had found some uncleanness in her, let him write her a bill of divorcement and give it in her hand and send her out of his house. Verse 2, when she is departed out of his house, she may go and be another man's wife. Verse 3, and if the latter husband hate her, and write her a bill of divorcement and give it in her hand and send her out of his house, or if the latter husband die, which took her to be his wife. Verse 4, her former husband which sent her away may not take her again to be his wife. After that she is defiled, for this is abomination before Yahweh. And thou shalt not cause the land to sin, which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance. Right? So we were given this permission to do it under these circumstances, right? then the Most High, while he does gives us the option to do things, doesn't mean that we necessarily should do it. But if we do, this is the guidelines to go by. That's how a lot of the law is. Malachi chapter 2, and I'm going to read 14 to 16. It says, "Yet ye say, wherefore? Because Yahweh hath been witness between thee and the wife of thy youth, against whom thou hast dealt treacherously. Yet is she thy companion and a wife of thy covenant. And did not he make one? Yet had he the residue of the Spirit. Wherefore one? That he might seek a godly seed. Therefore take heed to your spirit, and let none deal treacherously against the wife of his youth. For Yahweh power of Israel saith that he hated putting away. One covereth violence with his garment, say the Lord of hosts. Therefore take heed to your spirit, that ye deal not treacherously." So just using him and our relationship with him as like a parallel to marriage and divorce. Right? It comes to how we deal with him. Us being the bride, him being the husband. It says Malachi 2, 14 to 16, and then one more in Matthew, and then we'll continue. Matthew 14 to 16. Matthew chapter 5, 31, it says, "It hath been said, whosoever shall put away his wife, let him give her a writing of divorcement." Verse 32, "But I say unto you that whosoever shall put away his wife, saving for the cause of fornication or any unlawful sexual act, causeth her to commit adultery. And whosoever shall marry her that is divorced, committeth adultery." Right? So Christ raised the stakes and said, look, don't just put away for any old thing, right? Fornication will be the one thing that maybe you can make an exception. Otherwise, do your best to work it out, right? Don't just divorce for any old thing, because look at how important our marriage to the Most High is. Look how important Christ's marriage to the church is. So is he going to test our relationships? You bet your bottom dollar he is, right? You bet your bottom shekel he is, right? And then the key is to try to make sense of it and try for the sake of yourself and your significant other, try to make amends the best you can. And it's not always going to be easy, but we still have to try. And the Most High will see that and work with us when we do. So that's Matthew 5, 31 and 32, along with Malachi 2, 14 and 16, Deuteronomy 24, 1 to 4. Let's go into 26. Like I said, I'll try to be brief and complete, and I keep saying that, but I'm going to keep on keeping on. Ecclesiasticus 26 and 1. So on a lighter note, not because we've been reading about the wicked woman, but now let's get into the righteous woman. 26 and 1. "Blessed is the man that have a virtuous wife, for the days of his for the number of his days shall be double." Right? So with this 26 and 1, you can also read Ecclesiasticus 30, verse 22 and 23, which tells us what? That having joy in general will extend our days, right? So Ecclesiasticus 30, 22, it says, "The gladness of the heart is the life of man, and the joyfulness of a man prolongeth his days." And it says in verse 23, "Love thine own soul and comfort thy heart. Remove sorrow far from thee. For sorrow killed many, and there is no profit therein." So a very important part. We see, people that do relationship counseling now in this modern era, they always talk about this, right? How can you love someone else if you don't love yourself, right? So we see the scripture speaking on that as well. And, loving your own soul from a righteous standpoint takes on a totally a higher level, because in the world, loving yourself can be very ambiguous, right? As far as what that means. And according to some, quote unquote relationship gurus, they got you defiling yourself and telling you, oh, you're loving yourself. But you're actually defiling yourself and defiling your soul, as opposed to loving yourself according to righteousness. Also, Proverbs 31 and 10. To go with this. Proverbs 31 and 10. It says, "Who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies." See that? So to find a virtuous woman, it's like far more precious than rubies, right? A precious, rare stone, rare gem, right? If you can find one. So I don't think that's odd to any of us, right? Because you see that we as righteous men and women are few in number, right? And that bridge is getting narrower and narrower. That gate is being made straighter and straighter as we go ahead. So let's do our best to be different, but for righteousness' sake. But reading on in verse 2, it says, "A virtuous woman rejoiceth her husband and shall fulfill the years of his life in peace." Right? Right? So she's going to rejoice her husband, right? She's not going to, like we read in the last chapter, she's not going to condemn, but she's going to encourage him, right? To help him be the best man that he can be, right? To find within himself, to be the best man that he can be. It says, "And he shall fulfill the years of his life in peace," right? Because no matter what rough things they go through, what rough patches that they hit, he knows that what she's going to have his back. She's going to be by his side to encourage him. Verse 3, it says, "A good wife is a good portion, which shall be given in the portion of them that fear the Lord." Right? So it's an easy thing for the Lord to find a good wife for a man, just as it's a easy thing for the Lord to find a good man for a good woman. Right? We just have to make sure that we are indeed and truly good, that we are indeed and truly patient enough to receive it. Right? Because it may not come right away, or it may come, but then it may be easy to throw your significant other under the bus if they, don't meet your expectation, right? Because we're all works in progress. But the key is to see, okay, what's there versus what's not there, right? What did they already, where they started from, and then where is it going? Like, what are they doing to build themselves up as far as their keeping other commandments or building up their other, fruits of the spirit, right? That's where, encouragement might be a better option, right? Or maybe trying something new, trying something different. Because good doesn't mean perfect, right? And that's okay. But it's the willingness to change for righteousness' sake. That's what you seek after. That's what you want, right? When it comes to your significant other. Because the Most High will do the rest, even though there might be some trying times. Verse 4, it says, "Whether a man be rich or poor, if he have a good heart towards the Lord, he shall all times rejoice with a cheerful countenance." Right? So this is an interesting scripture and a heavy one too. Definitely want to look at ourselves and say, wow, is this me? Right? When I've been rich, or I've had enough, or when I've had little, did I rejoice, or did I become, angry and bitter? And if I did it stay for a while, or did I check it and then say, you know what? Let me not become, bitter in my affliction. Let me think on the things that I do have and thank the Lord for it. And even though I might be lacking right now, thank the Lord that for the little that I do have, because if it weren't for Him, I wouldn't even have that. So we say that, but then we're in a situation. Do we do that, or are we doing the opposite? Just to link with this, with verse 4. Let's see, why won't it paste? Okay, there we go. This is something that Paul talks about. This is Philippians chapter 4, verse 11 through 13. So Philippians chapter 4 in verse 11, it reads, "Not that I speak in respect of want or lack, for I have learned in whatsoever state I am, therewith to be content." Verse 12, I know both how to be abased and I know how to abound. Everywhere and in all things I am instructed both to be full and to be hungry, both to abound and to suffer need. Verse 13, I can do all things through Christ which strengthens me. Right? So know how to abound and know how to be abased. Know how to function with a lot, know how to function with a little. Like I said, you can read it, but when you're in it, that's when you really know, okay, I got this, or I got some work to do. One more. This is in Proverbs, going back to Proverbs chapter 30 again. No. Wait a minute. Proverbs. Oh, that's why. I'm in 31. Proverbs chapter 30 in verse 8. It says, I'll start from 7, I'll read down to 9. Proverbs 37 to 9. Proverbs chapter 30, verse 7. Two things that I require of thee, deny me them not before I die. Verse 8. Remove far from me vanity and lies. Give me neither poverty nor riches. Feed me with food convenient for me. Right? So he's asking for a wise thing here, right? He says in verse 9, lest I be full and deny thee and say, who is the Lord? So when you have a lot, you can forget who the Most High is, right? Because in your mind, because you got all these things now become your God, right? I don't need God because I have, more money than so I can buy whatever I want. So it's easy to forget, wow, God's the one that gave me these things. You have a lot of stuff. It says, lest I be full and deny thee and say, who is the Lord? Or lest I be poor and steal and take the name of my God in vain. Or I be poor and now leads me to a life of crime, right? I take the name of my God in vain because, it's hard, scrapping to survive, right? Which leads you to thievery, which we're definitely going to see, that and other things increase. The situation gets worse in this world, leading up to Christ's second coming. So yeah, Proverbs 30. Seven to 9, as well as Philippians 4, 11 to 13. So right there here, and then Philippians 4, 11 and 13. So back to Ecclesiasticus 26. Now we're in verse 5. It reads in verse 5, there be three things that mine heart feareth, and for a fourth I am sore afraid. It says, the slander of a sitting, the gathering together of an unruly multitude, and a false accusation. All these are worse than death. It's another dirty laundry list, right? So we know when it comes to the gathering of an unruly multitude, right? We can go to, let's write down Exodus. Exodus 23 in verse 2. Exodus 23 and verse 2, which reads, "Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil, neither shalt thou speak in a cause to decline at the many to rest or to twist judgment." So the first precept in particular, thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil, right? You don't want to go with the crowd. The crowd is going the wrong way, right? See, in this world, they try to tell you that, oh, democracy is better, right? Because you got more people weighing in on the decision. But democracy, which is premised on rule by majority, right? At least on paper, actually, how the decisions actually made in this country and in other democracies is another question altogether, right? But if the people making the decision are wicked, what's more people making the choice? How's that going to make it better? Or why does that all of a sudden make a better society? These are simple things we need to ask when it comes to things that were just told us or suggested. Just on the fact that it's democracy just means just because of that, the society is going to be better off. You can have rule by one, rule by a few, rule by many, and they all be wicked, and all three of them just as bad. So that doesn't fly. So also we can go to Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy chapter 13. Deuteronomy chapter 13 and verse 12. As far as the slander of a city, right? That's where we get the word devil from, right? It comes from the Greek diabolos, which means to throw across, like to throw an accusation across, right? So that's what being a devil is. That's what slander is. It literally means to accuse. That's what prosecutions do, right? They accuse. So Deuteronomy chapter 13 and verse 12, it reads, "If thou shalt hear say in one of thy cities, which Yahweh thy God hath given thee to dwell there, saying, certain men, children of Belial, are gone out from among you, and have withdrawn the inhabitants of their cities, saying, let us go and serve other gods, which ye have not known. Then thou shalt inquire and make search and ask diligently, and behold, if it be truth, and a thing certain that such abomination is wrought among you, thou shalt surely smite the inhabitants of that city with the edge of the sword, destroying it utterly, and all that is therein, and the cattle thereof with the edge of the sword. And thou shalt gather all the spoil of it into the midst of the street thereof, and shalt burn with the fire the city, and all the spoil thereof, every whit, for the Lord thy God, and it shall be an heap forever. It shall not be built again. And there shall cleave naught of the cursed thing to thine hand, that the Lord may not turn from the fierceness of his anger, and show thee mercy and have compassion upon thee, and multiply thee as he has sworn unto thy fathers. When thou shalt hearken to the voice of the Lord thy God, to keep all his commandments, which I command thee this day, to do that which is right in the eyes of the Lord thy God." Right? So on the matter of dealing with a city that has gone off, right? So that's Deuteronomy 13, 12 down to 18. This is why America, there's no chance for America, all praises, because, and it's unfortunate, there's so much beautiful countryside here, but Esau's made such a mess. This country is so given unto idols. The only thing that's appropriate, the only appropriate judgment for Babylon the Great, also known as America, it has to burn forever. That's why it has to be a perpetual burning. Take it back to this law right here, right? Totally given unto idols, right? Idols here, idols there, idols everywhere, right? Can't even count them, along with all types of sins and transgressions. I name out three in particular. I talk about the United States founding, which is based on the old mystery religions of Babylon and Egypt, right? With the founding fathers dealing with the Freemasonry. They oppressed God's people, actual people, right? The natives that were already here, as well as those they brought from West Africa mainly. And third, they set up a false state of Israel, right, in our land, and then put fake so-called Jews in the land. Talk about through the hard way. Like just those three things alone puts the nails in their coffin. They're gonna have to reverse those things in order to have a chance, to have any type of chance. They want to talk about being saved too. Yeah. Try and do one of those three, you know. I won't hold my breath. So yeah, that was to link with 26 and 5. Deuteronomy 13:12 to 18. Exodus 23 and 2. And then also Leviticus 19:11. We read it earlier about lying one to another, but it also said to accuse someone falsely. Leviticus 19:11 talks about that too. We read it already. So for sake of time, you just refer back to that verse for this part here in 26 and 5. But let's read on. 26 and 6 reads, but a grief of heart and sorrow is a woman that is jealous over another woman, and a scourge of the tongue, which communicateth withal. Right? So grief of heart and sorrow is a woman that is jealous over another woman. Right? So jealousy between women, right, is grief of heart and sorrow, right? You know, if anything, you know, as tough as it may be, right? Because the other one may have something that you don't, and vice versa. You know, this is you can't you know what it is you when you feel it, you can't really turn it off per se, but you can control what you do about it. You can redirect it. You can say, okay, let me try to focus on something that I have and make the most of that, right? Because you know we're all gonna be jealous of one another, one reason or another, right? Oh, look at her hair, or how tall she is, right? Or how short she is, right? So for some women, you know, their height might be something they don't like. Um, Look at you know, where she's working at, you know, the job she has, you know, or what school she went to, you know, it could be different things. But the key is, you know, just focus on yourself when it comes to that thing, because now you're getting in the realm of coveting. You don't want to you don't want to be in breaking the 10th commandment, right? Thou shalt not covet. Like I said, when the feeling comes, you may have that feeling that comes, but just change that feeling and redirect it in a constructive fashion. Because in the end, that's what we always want to look at. Okay, is this constructive what I'm feeling right now? Because that's what the law is. The law is showing us how to be constructive when it comes to the Most High's creation. Help it along. Otherwise, we're not, you know, we're not following the Creator. We now become destroyers. But we're made to be in the image of the Creator, so we should be creating too with the creatures that He's blessed us with, including our own bodies. Can't go wrong with that. But anyway, let me read on. Verse 7, it says, evil wife is yoke shaken to and fro, He that hold he that hold of her is as though he held a scorpion. Right? You kind of established that last chapter already, right? Uh, Trying to hold like a yoke of like an oxen, right? That's loose or shaken, right? It's like the same as dealing with an evil wife. And you trying to hold her is like holding a scorpion, like you might get stung by her, right? Maybe verbally, God forbid, maybe physically. Yikes. But that's another thing too, right? As far as putting hands on one another, in a relationship, you let that be a last resort, for especially for the man as far as society, but for women too, right? As far as getting physical with a man. Mm-mm. Verse 7, it says, I read verse 7. Verse 8, it says, a drunken woman and a gatherer abroad cause a great anger, and she will not cover her own shame. Right? So, once again, gadding abroad. We came across that word in the last chapter about a woman having liberty to gad abroad, a wicked woman. So, it says she caused a great anger and shall not cover her own shame. Right? So, you see a drunk woman wandering about, saying this and doing that. Yeah, it's going to cause anger, especially if if you're a family. Even if you're not a family, it's just going to be like, what the heck is going on here, right? Or you may even have someone that's wicked that may try to take advantage of her, cause anger in somebody else that sees it, and that cause a fight, right? But it says she will not cover her own shame, right? So, I mean, if we were partook in the night scene, right, the nightlife scene, right, going out, even if we're in the truth, we may go out to dinner or go out late, to an after hours place, and you know after you might realize like that, I got no more business out here anymore, because stuff that goes on. But you'll see it, right when the clubs let out, girls sometimes, in groups they'll come out and had all types of drinks and might be throwing up on the street, or they might go in an alley and lift up their skirt, with a little bit of a skirt they're wearing, and urinate right there in public. You have all types of crazy stuff that goes on throughout America in these cities, right? On the weekends, hell, during the week too. We see this COVID-19 help to check that a little bit, just a little bit. But once the weather goes down and everybody gets their shot, right, as they push, uh, we'll start to see more of that wickedness again. But not like before though. So it's kind of interesting. This tool the wicked are using to their advantage, right? To gain more control over the people. That it's actually preventing them from doing other wickedness they would have done. But in the world, sadly, people just go from one wicked thing to another thing, even if they put restraints on people. Finding wickedness one somehow, some way. It might just be in a different form. But yeah, she won't cover her own shame. Then it says in verse 9, the whoredom of a woman may be known in her haughty looks and eyelids. So another verse talking about the importance of reading body language, right? You can link this 26 and 9. We can link it Proverbs chapter 6, verses 12 and 13. Proverbs chapter 6 and verse 12. It reads, a naughty person, a wicked man, walketh with a froward or unruly mouth. Then it says in 13, he winketh with his eyes, he speaketh with his feet, he teacheth with his fingers. So Solomon writing this. Remember, Solomon was a judge. So he had to deal with, human nature, right? He had to deal with reading situations, reading matters that were brought to him. Right? Remember what we read that, I think, last time, Ecclesiasticus, about how one of the things the Most High blessed Solomon with was the knowledge of the reasonings of men, right? So out of his many talents, out of his many skills that Solomon had, one of those was be able to discern men's reasonings. Today, what we might call, psychology / psychiatry, right? So he had understanding in that, so he could deal with civil disputes amongst people. So look at what he's talking about. Even people who do body language, people who just focus on body language and body language studies when it comes to reading people, they'll tell you the three key areas you want to look at when it comes to people. There's other areas too, but the key areas you want to look at is someone's face, namely their eyes, someone's hands, and someone's feet. You can say the extremities, right? From the head to the hands to the feet. Those are the key things you want to look at when you read somebody or scan somebody, right? As far as what they're doing with their hands, what they're doing with their feet, what they're doing with their eyes, will be a telltale sign of what their spirit is like, what their spirit is into, or what their spirit is trying to get into, or if the person is being, upfront or honest with you, or the person might be nervous, right? By reading the eyes, the hands, and the feet. In particular, those things will tell you a whole lot about who you're dealing with. So yeah, Proverbs 6, 12, and 13 to link with 26 and 9. So same here with the whoredom of a woman. You can read her eyes and see that she's naughty. It says in 10, if thy daughter be shameless, keep her in straitly, lest she abuse herself with overmuch liberty. Right? So you want to give your daughter boundaries if she be shameless, right? Because in her mind, she may feel like what she's saying and doing isn't bad, but you knowing, you having more wisdom as her guardian, being her father or mother, or being her father or mother, you want to keep her in and keep a close watch, right? Because you don't want her through her liberty going out there and saying and doing all types of stuff, and then coming back on her, and then coming back on you as a parent or a guardian. And and it gets more difficult as they get older. But that's where you want to set certain things in motion when they're at a very young age, so that by the time they become, middle school, high school age, you've already laid the groundwork. Because it can be very difficult if you haven't done that, earlier on, as far as you know teaching her what it means to be a lady and have manners and to show respect and how to conduct herself. Then it says in verse 11, watch over an impudent eye and marvel not if she trespass against thee, right? So an impudent eye, right? So an impudent eye is like impudence is like when you don't want to acknowledge authority. It's like you're unruly, right? So it says to watch over eye like that. It says in verse 12, she will open her mouth as a thirsty traveler, and he had found a when he had found a fountain, and drink of every water near her. By every hedge she will sit down and open her quiver against every arrow. Right? So we can look at this figuratively, we look at this literally. God forbid. But figuratively too, as far as what? She could be easily deceived, right? Because anyone can come along and talk a good game and her want to have a good time. She'll say, all right, you got access for me to party and do this and do that, or I'll go with you and over here and do X, Y, Z. Right? So you don't want her falling into those traps, right? You don't want her to think that that's acceptable, right? And you want to compel to her before she even finds herself in a situation to know the danger that she may be in, right? If she just is open to try anything, go any direction with anybody, right? To take on any type of experience, right? But you can link with 26 and 12. Jeremiah, the 3rd chapter, where you see we're likened unto a daughter, right? A wayward daughter that's running around with all the different nations, right? Chasing this idol and that idol, right? As far as philosophy. And also, you can write down Ezekiel. Ezekiel chapter 16 and verse 25 on the same tip, talking about the same thing. Ezekiel 16:25, which connects with Ecclesiasticus 26 and 12 as well. I won't read all Jeremiah 3, but I'll read Ezekiel. Ezekiel 16:25, which says, "Thou hast built thy high place at every head of the way," talking about Israel, Jerusalem, in the south. "Thou hast built thy high place at every head of the way, and hast made thy beauty to be abhorred, and has opened thy feet to everyone that passeth by, and multiplied thy whoredoms." See that? So we got physical whoredoms, right, that a daughter can commit, right? And we got spiritual whoredoms that a people can commit, right? By laying down with any god, as opposed to laying down with the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, right? So to understand how bad spiritual whoredom is, just look at physical whoredom, since we can identify with that, on a visceral level. Right? That's a shameful thing to be in, to partake in. So reading on in 13, "The grace of a wife delighteth her husband, and her discretion will fat his bones." Right? So a graceful wife, right? She will delight her husband, right? Because remember, anytime anybody is employing the fruit of the spirit, even in a small amount, it's going to add up to good. It's going to add into the equation of what? Coming across or having a positive result that can help. That's why it says in verse 14, "A silent and loving woman is a gift of the Lord," right? So more fruit of the spirit, right? Brotherly kindness, temperate as far as self-control, like she doesn't have to, say everything that's on her mind at any given moment, right? Loving, that's charity, right? Being charitable, being giving, right? Caring. It says it is a gift of the Lord, and there is nothing so much worth as a mind well instructed. See that? So a mind well instructed is going to be what? Applying the commandments and applying the fruit of the spirit at all times, which that's what this is talking about when it says a woman that has grace, that's silent, that's loving, right? She's employing the fruit of the spirit. Then it says in verse 15, "A shamefaced and faithful woman is a double grace, and her continent mind cannot be valued," which continent just means temperate, which temperance, another one of the fruits of the spirit, right? It says it cannot be valued, right? So she'll be in a place where she'll know what to do, what to say, right? Be able to give counsel and advice on different situations, right? May not even have to volunteer the information, but because of her reputation, people will come to her. Wow, you know what? You seem to be like real, real calm, collected, like, real, like a real deep introspective kind of sister. Like, what do you think about this over here? What do you think about this matter over here? What's your opinion on this? What's your opinion on that? Right? Because she says less, but then she knows the little bit that she does say is going to hit even harder. Right? And we all want to come on that level, let alone women. But we all want to become better at this as we try to become better examples of Christ and exhibiting his character. So it says her continent mind cannot be valued. It says in 16, "As the sun when it arises in the high heaven, so is the beauty of a good wife in the ordering of her house." Right? So reminiscent of what we read in we read in Proverbs 31. So with 26 and 16, I'll get that real quick because remember Lemuel's mother, she says this too. So Proverbs 31. Proverbs 31. There we go. I'm like, where is it? Proverbs 31, 15. It says, she riseth also while it is yet night, and giveth meat to her household, a portion to her maidens, or her just say servants, her maids, her helps. Then it says also, she considereth a field and buyeth it. With the fruit of her hand, she planteth a vineyard. Right? So she's even making deals, right? Making deals as far as what to buy, what land to buy, what not to buy, right? So that provision can be provided for the household. And as it goes on, but we'll just read those two for now. But the whole chapter is obviously really good. But Proverbs 31, 15, and 16. Gotta add that one later. It says 17, as the clear light is upon the holy candles, so is the beauty of the face in ripe age, right? So same as the beauty of the face in ripe age, right? Is the way someone like matures as they get older. It's like comparing that to the light that's upon the holy candlestick. So the light that shines from the menorah or the candlestick that's in the temple. Before that, the tabernacle. It's being compared to beauty of the face in ripe age. And it says also make another comparison to the tabernacle. 18, as the golden pillars are upon the sockets of silver, so are the fair feet with a constant heart. Right? So once again, going into these being qualities of a woman, of a righteous woman, right? That she'll have these things going on and be in a situation like this that will allow her to have these things going on. And the fair feet, remember when we talk about that and the blessings and the curses, right, of Israel, it says the woman that is so delicate and tender, right, among you. It says that her foot would be so how's it worded exactly? Let me not mess it up. She would not care, I think, to lay her foot on the ground for delicateness and tenderness. Deuteronomy 28. Yeah, Deuteronomy 28:56. You don't have to get it. This is what I'm referring to. Tender and delicate woman among you which should not adventure to set the sole of her foot upon the ground for delicateness and tenderness. Just that precept. That's the way she's supposed to be in her glory. But due to the curse, if we didn't keep the commandments, that would get reversed. As you read on, it talks about how her eyes shall be evil toward her husband and toward her children. Right? Yep. Then it says 19 to 21 kind of go in a different direction, but not exactly different direction. But kind of, I guess, sitting back a second. It says, my son, keep the flower of thine age sound, and give not thy strength to strangers. It says in verse 20, When thou hast gotten a fruitful possession through all the field, sow with thine own seed, trusting in the goodness of thy stock. Their race which thou leavest shall be magnified, having the confidence of their good descent. So 19 through 21 as a whole, once again, is going into, as a people, making sure we don't deal with strangers, right? That while he's talking about, how you till your land, right? Because you want to keep that homogenous too, but more so using it as a metaphor to talk about when you go to marry or to take a wife, make sure she comes from the 12 tribes, right? Don't go outside of that and deal with a woman of some other nation. And the same thing for the sisters. Don't go and deal with a man of some other nation, right? Because you're going to get hurt either way. With the men, it's like, okay, yeah, the seed may be yours, Israel, but your strange wife is going to teach your children her strange ways from her people. And with the wife, if that marries a strange husband of another nation, her children are not going to be hers. They're going to be what his family is, right? So you're giving rise to another nation, right? Which, if you follow that to its conclusion, right? If Israel says, "Oh, just marry strangers," right? You'll breed yourself out of existence. You and all the beauty that makes you will cease to exist eventually, right? If you guys just keep doing this, even the Israel that is at least Israel on their father's side, their mind will be so far out because their mothers will have them dealing with all types of stuff that has nothing to do with righteousness, because their family and their people deal with idols. So either way you look at it, it's a no-go. It's no good. We got to make sure the nation is strong. We got to build up our nation first. But Ecclesiasticus 26. Oh, sorry. You can link with 19 to 21. That's what I was forgetting. You could link 19 to 21. Link up Nehemiah 13:23 to 27. 1 Kings 11, 1 to 4. And Deuteronomy 7, 1 to 4. So first, Nehemiah 13:23. In those days also I saw the Jews had married the wives of Ashdod, of Ammon, and of Moab. And their children spake half in the speech of Ashdod, and could not speak in the Jews' language, but according to the language of each people. It's like we were talking about in the class last night. The key way to destroy people is destroy their culture, right? Which language is a key aspect of a person's culture, right? So now you're not speaking your own mother tongue. You're speaking the language of the other nations, but you can't speak your own mother tongue. That's creating a disconnect. It's going to uproot you. And I contended with them, this is Nehemiah talking, and cursed them and smote certain of them and plucked off their hair and made them swear by God, saying so. Nehemiah wasn't playing, he got physical with them. Ye shall not give your daughters unto their sons, nor take their daughters to your sons, or for yourselves. 26. Did not Solomon, king of Israel, sin by these things? Yet among many nations there was no king like him, who was beloved of his God, and God made him king over all Israel. Nevertheless, even him did outlandish women cause to sin. So someone in all his might and glory and wisdom, even outlandish women caused him to sin and to transgress. Shall we then hearken unto you and do all this great evil to transgress against our God and marrying strange wives? So we'll stop there. And then the history he's talking about, 1 Kings 11. 1-4. But King Solomon loved many strange women, together with the daughter of Pharaoh, women of the Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, Sidonians, Hittites, of the nations concerning which the Lord said unto the children of Israel, ye shall not go unto them, neither shall they come unto you, for surely they shall turn away your heart after their gods. Solomon clave unto these in love. And he had 700 wives, princesses, and 300 concubines, and his wives turned away his heart. For it came to pass when Solomon was old, that his wives turned away his heart after other gods, and his heart was not perfect with the Lord his God. This was the heart of David his father, right? Because we know we read earlier, what we referred to earlier, you shall leave father and mother and cleave to your wife as a man, and you shall be one flesh. So that one flesh isn't kindred to you. At least Adam and Eve were kindred, right? They were flesh of their flesh, blood of their blood. If you go outside and deal with a strange nation like that, what's that going to lead to? It says, I'll stop there in verse 4. And then one more, Deuteronomy 7. Deuteronomy chapter 7. In verse 1, it says, when the Lord thy God shall bring thee into the land whither thou goest to possess it, and has cast out many nations before thee, the Hittites and the Girgashites and the Amorites and the Canaanites and the Perizzites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and mightier than thou, right? Canaanite nations. And when the Lord thy God shall deliver them before thee, thou shalt smite them and utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, neither show mercy unto them. Neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Thy daughter thou shalt not give unto his son, nor his daughter shalt thou take unto thy son. Why? Verse 4. They shall turn away thy son from following me, that they may serve other gods. So will the anger of the Lord be kindled against you and destroy thee suddenly. See that? So the Most High told us the what and the why, right? What not to do and why not to do it. But we didn't listen. And then we listened, and then we didn't listen, back and forth, back and forth. Now, most of us aren't listening, but some of us are, as we're coming back into this truth. And as we come back into this truth, as we see with some brothers, in some camps, they still want to latch on to the other nations. They don't feel validated unless they got the other nations on board with them. But once again, it's another test. We've been in captivity for so long, we never knew or haven't seen what it could be like with us in power doing our thing, right? Running our own government and having them as a part of our government, as our servant, as opposed to our partner, or we're looking up to them and getting counsel, from them. It's hard for us to picture a world like that. We got very few few and far in between examples in pop culture of our people actually being depicted in media and being decisive, being wise and being decisive, right? It's always, oh, we're fearful, we don't know what to do, we're clanking our knees, we need to always get advice from somebody else. We need to go to the other nations because they know what to do, we can't figure it out. It's kind of foolish because the reality is, you read about the prophecies of the 12 tribes, especially Judah. You read about them being in the neck of the enemy, meaning in the government body, the head is up on top, but then what supports the head? The neck. That's why you go public sector, private sector, nonprofit, you're going to find some Israel there. They're probably not getting any shine like that, but they're there. They're high up in positions. And they got them in each key department, right? They're trying to keep them separate. They don't want too many of them getting together, but they try to keep one in each department. Where things go bad, they'll always go to them and go, what do we do? And then the Israelite will have a little solution written up. Here, say this. Here, do this. Yeah, no problem, right? And they're not getting the credit. Because they know if they want to get the credit for what they do, it's going to put them not on even keel, and they're going to make the so-called heathen, or I should say the heathen, the so-called white people that they work for, uncomfortable. And they know that's going to work against what they're trying to do for themselves. So it feeds this every man for himself, mentality, way of being. But yet and still, they're keeping things afloat. You'd be surprised. You look at these different org charts for these Fortune 5, Fortune 100 companies, governments, right? Nonprofits. Israel's up in there, right? Like I say, you just don't hear about them. Right there in the neck, just like the prophecy said. Also, they refer pop culturally to the Jay-Z Kanye album called "Watch the Throne." I said, how suitable is that title, "Watch the Throne"? Not sit in the throne. Judah's supposed to sit in the throne, right? The line of David is supposed to sit in the throne. You say, "Watch the throne," right? What's the elite organization they got Judah in? High-end Judah. Some of them are Esau on their father's side, but Judah is the Boule, which Boule in the Greek means advisor to the king. I mean, did the Most High tell the truth or not? I mean, come on. When we're blessed, when we're cursed, the Most High is there. His word is there to tell us, I told you, this is where you would be. This is what you would be doing if you went this way. If you went this way, you'd be doing this. But since you went this way, I'm going to put you right here where I said I have you years ago, right? Because I'm talking about stuff right now that was written, millennia ago, multiple millenniums ago. But let's get back. Ecclesiasticus 26. Now we're in 22, which reads, "A harlot shall be counted as spittle, but a married woman is a tower against death to her husband," right? So just looking at the value of a harlot compared to the value of a married woman in righteousness. See that? So a harlot and where her value is compared right here or referred to here. Let me get this verse real quick. This is in the law. So link this with 26 and 22. Deuteronomy 23 and 18. Deuteronomy 23 and 18 it reads, "Thou shalt not bring the hire of a whore or the price of a dog into the house of Yahweh thy power for any vow. For even both these are abomination unto the Lord thy God." See that? The hire of a whore or the price of a dog, or like a scoundrel, right? So both of these are unseemly people, right? So anything that they produce is considered, not valuable, what they call filthy lucre or dirty money, right? So don't bring that into the temple, right? How are you going to bring money into the congregation for committing transgression, for committing harlotry? Right? Get that out of here. Get that dirty money out of here. So yeah, Deuteronomy 23 and 18, link it with 26 and 22 of Ecclesiasticus. Ecclesiasticus 26 and 23 now, which reads, "A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man, but a godly woman is given to him that feareth the Lord." See that? So a wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man. So, like they say, two peas in a pod, right? Like attracts like. So they'll find each other, but now it says a godly woman is given unto him that feareth the Lord. And like I said, it may not be right away, but in due time, they'll find one another, right? If they seek it, the Most High will open that up. But remember, it's going to be on His time, not on our time, right? Because sometimes we may have to learn some things about ourselves first before the Most High bless us with that relationship. But just to connect with this too, Proverbs 18 and 22. Proverbs chapter 18 and verse 22. It reads, whoso findeth a wife findeth a good thing and obtaineth favor of Yahweh. Proverbs 18:22. To link with 26 and 23. Now, 26 and 24 now. A dishonest woman contemneth shame, but an honest woman will reverence her husband. So pretty straightforward. Dishonest, we already read about not lying in the last chapter. Contemneth shame, right? But then it says, but an honest woman will reverence her husband. 25, it says, as far as reverencing her husband, sorry. To link with 24, Ephesians 5 and 33, 1 Peter chapter 3 and verse 6, Ephesians 5:33 and 1 Peter 3 and 6. So Ephesians 5 and 33, it reads, nevertheless, let every one of you in particular so love his wife even as himself, and the wife see that she reverence her husband. So consider like you would consider your own body, your own flesh. And in that regard, what you would want if you were in her shoes, right? In other words, given, her preferences. For the ones that are, righteous, that are, constructive, if it's her preference, think of it from her perspective as far as what her preference would be when it comes to situations. Right? Now, if it's not constructive, that's where, better judgment comes in, right? And the same for you when it comes to you judging, right? Or when she judged, when it comes to you, she needs to make sure that you are saying and doing things that are constructive, that are helpful, that are helping to grow, right? So 1 Peter chapter 3 and verse 6, it says, even as Sarah obeyed Abraham, calling him Lord, whose daughters ye are, as long as ye do well, and are not afraid with any amazement. So Sarah being a key example who reverenced her husband. But you got to remember, men, right? They can only do that if we have discernment. We can discern between good and evil. Otherwise, it's going to be hard for her to do that because she's going to look at you like, I don't know if I can trust you with making sound decisions, right? Like, I want to, but I don't know. That doesn't, I can clearly see that's the wrong way to go, and you're saying and doing this, right? So that's where we need to be able to at least discern, right? And have a framework for discerning between right and wrong, good and evil, right? To judge. And then consult with our wife, significant other, to say, what do you think of this? I want to go this way, and this is the reason why. What say you, right? Because she may have a better idea, right? You might both of you might have good ideas, but what's the best one, right? And in certain situations, it might be hers, and that's okay, right? The key is what's best for us, what's best for where we're trying to go, right? What's best, what's most productive, right? because we're different people. You might have access to certain things that I don't, and vice versa. So, all that goes into, considering your wife like you would consider yourself, and the wife reverencing her husband. But yeah, we definitely got to learn how to choose, because that's not taught, or it's not taught in a concise fashion, right? So we got to find it out, and we got to seek it out, search the scriptures, namely the parables of Christ. I think are probably the most essential tool for brothers to find as far as how to decide, and to decide in a way where it can be communicated in a way it makes sense. It's not just because I said so, but you can clearly make a case for the choice that you've made when it comes to certain matters, be they small or great. Then the wife of your bosom can be more willing to trust what you have to say and trust your direction, and then become more supportive of where you want to go, and thereby where both you guys go. But back to Ecclesiasticus 26. Where did we leave off? 24, now we're in 25. A shameless woman shall be counted as a dog, but she that is shamefast will fear the Lord, right? So we already read that already. Just like we read earlier, don't bring the price of a dog, or the price of a harlot, or the hire of a harlot, or the price of a dog into the temple. So it's like she's looked at it in the same way. This woman that is shameless, right? Then it says in verse 26, the woman that honoreth her husband shall be judged wise of all, but she that dishonoreth him in her pride shall be counted ungodly of all, right? So a woman that honoreth her husband, right? That, speak to the good that her husband says or does, right? And remember, from a righteous standpoint, it has to be from the good that a husband does, right? But if a husband does something that's not according to Christ, then that's where we have to draw the exception, right? If she knows Christ and he doesn't, she has to acknowledge that difference, where she reverences her husband's decisions and what he wants to do. But anything that would have her go against the scriptures, that's where she, as a woman of Christ, would draw the line, respectfully decline, because we might be in a marriage where the other person doesn't believe, but is pleased to dwell with you. Same way with the brothers may have a wife that's in the world, but be pleased to dwell with you. So you do the same thing. You demand the same thing, and you always promote righteousness, and you would never condone her doing something wicked if she's in the world. Now, if she still chooses to do it after you advise her not to, what can you do at that point? But at least you told her, and then your hope is that the Most High will correct her in measure, just as the Most High will correct the husband that's in the world to the righteous wife in measure, to where they'll see what you were trying to tell them, but then based on their own experience, they'll say, you know what, I shouldn't have went there, I shouldn't have did that. You're right, I'll stay away from that. And they're doing it for your sake, but your hope is that eventually they'll do it for the Most High's sake. It may not, but there's always a hope there. But at least they respect that you believe in that God, so they'll act accordingly. This is all 1 Corinthians 7. It's like its own class, but I don't want to go there now because we're already past the time. But yeah, that's the structure that's there that Paul gives us, right? When he says the wife that believes, the husband doesn't, as well as the husband that believes and the wife doesn't. And you could also just make a reference to 1 Samuel 25th chapter, where you can see a good example of a woman, in this case Abigail, and her being married to her husband Nabal, right? Which his name, when you translate, I think actually means fool. How ironic, right? It's even mentioned in that story. But you read Samuel 25, you can see an example of a woman that's righteous with a husband that's not so righteous, which can happen, right? But the way that she functioned in that relationship, when he said some foolish things to David and his men, the way that she intervened was very wise. Where she didn't just throw him under the bus, but at the same time she tried to resolve the matter in the most constructive fashion possible, at least as far as she could, without going above and beyond her husband's wishes, to where the Most High ended up dealing with him directly. She didn't have to, check him for his foolishness, right? She just dealt wisely with David and his men before it became an ugly situation, and the Most High took care of the rest. So First Samuel 25 is a good chapter to read if you're a sister who's with a matters in the world, and to see how to function when it comes to certain situations. She's a good example of that. Yeah, First Samuel 25th chapter, the link with 26 and 26. '27, it says, a loud crying woman and a scold shall be sought out to drive away the enemies. Yeah, I think that should speak for itself. A scold is someone who scolds, right? It's like someone who's a scolder. Scold is going to scold? Stupid. But 25 and 20, you can link with that. We read it in the last chapter, but about the a woman full of words is to a quiet man, right? But yeah, pretty strict, pretty self-explanatory. Then it says in 28, there be two things that grieve my heart, and the third maketh me angry. Then it says in 28, a man of war that suffereth poverty, and men of understanding that are not set by, and one that returneth from righteousness to sin. The Lord prepareth such a one for the sword. So check that out. Another list of my unfavorite things, right? So it says, a man of war that suffereth poverty, right? You can write down 1 Corinthians chapter 9 and verse 7, right? Which tells you who goeth to warfare at his own charges, right? Like the laborer is worthy of his reward, is he not? Right? So what good is that? It's like you see here with Esau oppressing his own people, especially his veterans, where they try to pull back on certain things like pensions, or the way they get paid, or the healthcare, or the type of medical assistance they can get, substance abuse help, they're dealing with like PTSD and things like that, and trying to cope with the stress of being in warfare. You see Esau cutting back on these things. It's like, how are you going to do that? You guys are the war machine. You guys are the Romans, right? War is your way of life. You better do right by your warriors. Or I should say your warriors who work for you, the warmongers. Yeah, for God and country, huh? Yeah, all right. What God? What country? You'd also write down Ecclesiastes. Ecclesiastes chapter 9, 13 to 18, with emphasis on verse 16. I'll read it real quick. Ecclesiastes 9, 13. This is where a lot of us, especially in the truth, are going to be tested, because we may fall into this category, right? Which means, okay, while we get our spiritual riches, we need to determine ways to increase the physical riches too. Not to become like super rich, but at least to have enough to provide for our families and those that come after us. Even in this captivity, right? Because we don't know how long the captivity will persist, right? Ecclesiastes 9 and 13, it says, this wisdom have I seen also under the sun, seemed great unto me. It says in verse 14, there was a little city and few men within it, and there came a great king against it, and besieged it, and built great bulwarks against it. Now there was found in it a poor wise man, and he by his wisdom delivered a city, yet no man remembered that same poor man, right? So Solomon is taking a note of this situation that went down during his reign. It says, so Solomon came to this conclusion after looking at this situation. He says, then said I, wisdom is better than strength. Nevertheless, the poor man's wisdom is despised, and his words are not heard. See that? So that's timeless right there, right? It's like, yeah, I hear what you're saying, brother, sister. What you get to show for him? Oh, you struggling just like me? You working class just like me? All right, how come you not, big and bad and born? You telling me about, how to increase, how to get this, how to get that. They're not realizing that maybe you are, you could be taking a vow of poverty, so to speak, right? You might be the scripture in Proverbs. There is he that maketh himself poor, yet haveth great riches. You could be feeding yourself with food convenient for you, right? At that given time, right? Trying to get to a better place when it comes to your fruit of the Spirit. And that could be something that you choose, not necessarily something that the Most High afflicts you with. It could be something that you decide. You could have more, but you don't want to have more. You want to find that contentment with having less. That could be your personal choice. But because you're poor, the first instinct is to not even hear what you have to say, even though what you're saying will work, even though what you're saying is true for them to increase if that's what they want. They're not going to take you seriously because, well, look, you ain't got it. To where it's like, okay, I got to use this wisdom, get this wealth, then give it away again just to show you, look, that it works. Right? That's if you really don't care about having those nice things. But then that's when they'll say, oh, okay, I've seen it in action, as opposed to, that makes sense. Let me try it, on faith. But seeing is believing. Feats of strength, and that's what wealth represents. It represents something similar to like feats of strength, or favor. The way favor works for others that are in the truth, that may not be able to, drop racks on the table like you might have our people that are in the world can do. But yeah. It says, verse 17, the words of wise men are heard in quiet more than the cry of him that ruleth among fools. So you feel like you got to be loud, being your brother or a sister. I'll say sister, since we've been reading about don't be a loud, clamorous woman, right? How it's foolish. If what you're saying is wise, there's no need to yell it out loud. Why? This verse says right here, the words of wise men will be heard in quiet more than the cry of him that ruleth among fools, right? Because it's going to be a statement that's going to fall on deaf ears anyway, because you got fools all around you, under you. Then it says in verse 18, and we'll go back, wisdom is better than weapons of war, but one sinner destroyeth much good. So yeah, wisdom is better than weapons of war. Kind of akin to, I always like to make that pop culture reference to Darth Vader in the first Star Wars movie, when they first built that first Death Star. And you got the Imperial Army guys, the generals, they had like they're in the war room. They're all excited about the Death Star, like, yeah, we can't wait to get those rebels. Yeah, look at this thing can blow up an entire planet. And then Darth Vader, to check him, he was like, don't be taken back don't be taken aback by this technical terror that you've created. He said, the power to destroy a planet is nothing compared to the power of the Force. So, we know the Force is, loosely based on the Holy Spirit, but more so really dealing with spiritual wickedness as far as how they use it, or how they portray it in the movie. But really, it's all counterfeit for what the Holy Spirit's supposed to be, right? And the power that provides. Us that see the truth, hear the truth, understand the truth, can take a statement like that and then really draw out the usefulness of it, right? From that standpoint. But yeah, that's what he was trying to get across to them. But they're like how many men are in reality, right? They trust in how many guns they got, right? They trust in how much food they got in their fallout cellar, right? How much they prep for doomsday, right? Where all those things are good, without the Lord, it means little to nothing, right? Because without the Lord, you could still get raided, plundered, right? You might get caught off guard. You might get ambushed, and all your guns can't even help you. Now you get ambushed, or they catch you while you're asleep. The alarm didn't get triggered off. Now they tie you up and they got you downstairs with your wife and kids if you got them, God forbid. You know, and now you're at the whim of these raiders if things get ugly. So you're gonna need the Lord first and foremost when it comes to your preparation. That's why the armor of God has what? Your feet. You're supposed to cover your feet with the preparation of the gospel of peace. So preparation is key. First in the spirit, then in the physique. But yeah, that's all I'll say on that. But yeah, Ecclesiastes 9 and 16. We read 13 through 18, but 16 is the key verse. But now, so we got men of war that suffer poverty, men of understanding that are not set by, right? The poor man, but he's wise. He's spiritually rich, but physically poor. And one that returned from righteousness to sin. So there we go. So that's the last one. Let me get this. Let's go to 2 Peter chapter 2. Second Peter chapter 2, verse 20, and I'll read down to 22. You don't want to be in this category either. That's why Sirach and Ecclesiasticus, that's why they hate this. 2 Peter chapter 2 and verse 20, it says, "For if after they have escaped the pollutions of the world, the knowledge of the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, they are again entangled therein and overcome, the latter end is worse with them than the beginning." Why? 21. "For it had been better for them not to have known the way of righteousness than to they have known it to turn from the holy commandment delivered unto them. But it has happened unto them according to the true proverb, the dog is turned to its own vomit again, and the sow that was washed to her wallowing in the mire." Right? So if you to go back to the wickedness after learning righteousness, right? It's like better off, it's almost like you shouldn't even learned it from the beginning, right? You were better off just being in ignorance as opposed to learning the truth and then willfully going against and then going back into the world. Yeah, so you don't want you definitely don't want to do that. And I'll get the reference I was talking about. Hold on 1 second here. Almost there. Much talk on dogs. Keep talking about dogs. So link this with Proverbs 26 and 11. Proverbs 26 and 11, it says, "As a dog returneth to his vomit, so a fool returneth to his folly." That's the scripture that Peter's referring to. And then also the other one I made a reference to as far as the poor man that's wise, that every poor man isn't poor exactly for the same reason, not necessarily. Sometimes it could be something that's self-imposed if a man or woman so choose. Kind of like similar to, not exactly, but similar to taking the Nazarite vow. But here's a verse that I'm talking about. Proverbs 13 and 7. Proverbs 13 and 7, which reads, "There is that maketh himself rich, yet have nothing. There is that maketh himself poor, yet have great riches. Right? So this poor man that delivered the city that Solomon was talking about, he could have very well been number 7. The second precept of number 7. Could have been. But not necessarily. He just could have maybe came on hard times, even though he was wise. Right? These things happen to the wise and the foolish alike. Right? Poverty, as well as riches. But you see that there's a choice here, right? That folks have. They can willingly choose this in order to gain certain insights, right? Gain certain wisdom, understanding. All right, so let's go back and let's finish this. Okay, yeah. You can add this one too. It's kind of the same thing. It's like this is not necessarily from like wisdom per se. You want to gain wisdom by kind of stepping away so you can reflect, right? To go with Proverbs 13 and 7, also chapter 18 and verse 1. Proverbs chapter 18 and verse 1, which reads, through desire, a man having separated himself, seeketh intermeddle of all wisdom. Right? So another thing, another scripture that speaks about, you can self-impose this. It doesn't necessarily have to happen because of circumstances that you are faced with. It's something that you can choose, for a time to learn and to gain. Because the wisdom to gain the wealth and riches sometimes can be gained during those times of reflection, to where when you go back to build, now you can, not to quote, the cheesy slogan, you can build back better. But yeah, you can literally build back better, right? And more efficiently, and not take as long, right? Because now you have more understanding due to you sitting back and reflecting and studying. When it comes to, maybe you're some kind of creative, you create music or you write, or maybe you creating a business, right? Now, when you take time away to reflect and to study, you come back to your creative work, you come back to your business that you want to develop. Now you can come back into it with that fresher, wiser mind and be better or efficient at it. Whereas kind of just chip away if you're constantly working at it and constantly, learning as you go. You might be able to save time in the long run by taking some time in the short run. But Ecclesiasticus says this too. Ecclesiasticus chapter 38 and verse 24. Ecclesiasticus 38 and 24, which reads, the wisdom of a learned man cometh by opportunity of leisure, and he that had little business shall become wise. And as you read down, it goes into how can one gain wisdom when they're preoccupied in the wisdom behind the work that they're doing, that they're creating, right? So they're focusing on the wisdom of the specific task that they're doing for their work or profession, as opposed to the wisdom of the grander scheme of things, right? How things fit into the whole, right? Which you might need perspective on, right? So that when you drill back down again and narrow your focus down again, you have more clarity, more purpose behind why is it you're doing what you're doing on this lower level. So it's good to come from, or to see from, both perspectives, and to see that while both have their value. Yeah, so all rest isn't all rest isn't recreational per se. Some rest is truly reflective and actually constructive, even though it may appear from the onlooker that you're not doing anything, but you actually are. Work is going on internally, not externally. So Ecclesiasticus 26 and 29, we're going to go into the next section, which is going to be talking more into finance. It says in 29, a merchant shall hardly keep himself from doing wrong, and a huckster should not be freed from sin. Right? So a huckster is just like a street vendor, right? Like someone that sells wares or goods on the street. So, like I said, I don't want to say too much because I'm going to talk more about it in the next chapter. But it's just going into how easy it is to sin, especially when it comes to doing a business, right? Or developing a business. Or doing, trading and things like that, because the temptation comes in to now deceive, right? To get, the best quality for the lowest price. You might have low quality, but then bump the price up or try to be tempted to use trickery so that you can make the most with what you have to sell, right? If you're dealing with someone on the other side who's cunning, they might try to get the upper hand on you too. And all things that come with that, as opposed to just saying, okay, look, this is the price because this is the value of what I've created, and we'll work from there, as opposed to deceiving your customer as far as what it is you actually have to offer. And I'll read one more link, and then we'll do the closing prayers. Thank you for your time this morning and afternoon. It's a link with 26 and 29. It's a verse we probably heard already. It's a new moon scripture, Amos chapter 8. This is where the law comes in to tell us, to advise us when it comes to us being a merchant. It's not being wicked, but just make sure that you're righteous when it comes to your merchandising, and how you do your business. So Amos chapter 8, I'll start from 4. It reads, "Hear this, O ye that swallow up the needy, even to make the poor of the land to fail." So talking about at this time the merchants of our own people selling to our own people, right? What do they say in their mind? Verse 5, saying, "When will the new moon be gone that we may sell corn, and the Sabbath that we may set forth wheat?" Right? So they're waiting for the Sabbath to end, they're waiting for the new moon to be over so that they can get out there and do their thing, right? They got a bunch of products, right? A bunch of the new shipment in, they're ready to get out there and start to selling. But they're not willing. It's not like they're in a tight spot, like they have to work on the Sabbath or the new moon. That's different. And when you have to do it, right, due to what your work requires, that's not what this is talking about. This is talking about, you have the means to rest and go to work and not have to work on the day of the Most High's rest. So it says that we may set forth wheat, making the ephah small and the shekel great, and falsifying the balances by deceit. So when it says making the ephah small, ephah is talking about what? A measurement, right? A dry measure, right? Like you have ephah, which is like a certain amount of wheat. You look it up. You look up weights and measures in the Zondervan. And it says in the shekel great. The shekel's going into the price, right? That was the currency we used after the sanctuary, right? So you're going to make the ephah small and the shekel great. In other words, you're going to give me less and charge me more for it, right? Like if a bottle of water, right? Say the bottle of water is like 12 ounces. It costs $1, right? That's like you saying, all right, so $1, a 12-ounce bottle of water costs $1. Now, let me sell you a 6-ounce bottle of water for $2. How is 6 ounces going to cost me twice as much? 12 ounces. So that's so you can put, picture it, making an ephah small and a shekel great. Like you buy a bag of something and you look in there, there's a whole bunch of air in there, and you go, oh boy. That's what happens, right? And you see the ounces, you go, really? Seems like all the chips are gone, right? Open the bag up and it's just totally air up in there, right? And then it says in verse 6, and I'll stop, that we may buy the poor for silver and the needy for a pair of shoes, yeah, and the refuse, and sell the refuse or the remaining of the wheat, because you could sell the poor and needy, right, and force them to work if they owed a debt. You read in the law, right? In some cases, you had that where a manservant or a maidservant will become a manservant or maidservant so that they could, make good on a debt, or to increase the money so that they can actually get, something for themselves. But they'll work as a manservant or a maidservant. But then they had the option, though, to leave or to stop after the 7th year. Whereas the other nations, they had to work for us indefinitely, right? They belong to us and to our children. Their children belong to our children, as far as who would inherit their family for perpetual possession, the other nations. So all slavery ain't bad, right? It's all about how you treat your servants, how you treat your slaves, right? That's the difference. And when it comes to the heathen, especially Esau, he's gonna, he's trying to go out there and say, see, having servants, that's wrong, or having slaves, having master slaves, that's wrong. Because look how wrong we did it, so no one else can do it. And it's just like, no, that's just you. That's just your example. And you're good for what? Euphemisms. You're good for, coming up with different words to call the same thing, right? Because you guys have the same dynamics, the same relationships of master slave. You just give it different names and act like you're doing something else, like you are doing people a favor, right? When you're oppressing even more by what you charge, what you pay people as far as the work that they put in. You really look at it from a dollars and cents perspective. You really drill down and look at it closely. But, that's the devil, and he will continue to get exposed day after day as we get closer to Christ's coming. He's being exposed for who he actually is, and he's trying to hold on to the dream as long as possible. But our people are waking up, yet the dark nations are waking up. Hell, even Esau's mad at Esau. Poor Esau is mad at wealthy, top bloodline Esau. Hey, a nation divided can't stand. And theirs is and will fall, as we see. So that was our last link, Amos 8:4-6, with Ecclesiasticus 26:29. We'll make an end here. Looks like we're a little over 5 hours. I want to try to keep it under 4. I guess the best way I can do that would be pull the scriptures and maybe not read them, or only read them and just keep it really bare bones. But I'm getting there. I'm trying to be complete and brief. But I guess it's an art that can never be perfected well enough. But oddly enough, this could have been a lot longer because I'm looking at my list and my links. And I pulled most of them, but then certain ones I didn't go into, for time's sake, so that it didn't go any longer than it already has. But either way, we'll make an end for next week. Because remember, we did the Apocrypha today. Which we're going to go back to the Old Testament next week. So for the 3rd of April, which will be next Sabbath, we're going to be doing Joshua 23 and 24. Once again, Joshua 23 and 24 is going to be next week's reading. And I stated it earlier in the service. For any of the congregations that you may see that teach what we teach, that that we keep holy days together. You'll see some of them may be keeping the Passover this week, and we almost did too. Like I said, we were kind of looking at it later on, like in February going into March, and we saw how it would actually be more beneficial due to council to keep it or to add a 13th month this year, which we didn't see it initially. So going forward, probably want to make the new moon calendar 2 and 3 months. I would say it said 2 and 3 years, like make them in two so that there won't be any deception to where, not deception, confusion to where, because it wasn't intentional. So that if I do the new moon calendar, say for 2 years, that is one, I can see, all right, we need a 13th month so that all the holy days fall within their proper seasons. Because, we're in the spring season right now, so I can see why certain congregations would keep the Passover right now, which, we came close to doing too. And, the Most High's mercy is upon all of us, right? So it's not like, anyone keeping the Passover now is doing it wrong, by no means. It's all about rehearsal. But we added a month so that when we get to the tabernacles and then especially the Feast of First Fruits, the tabernacles and the Feast of Dedication, rather, so that those would be fully within their seasons, right? Because if you don't, I think Feast of Dedication won't fall under the winter season. It'll actually be still in the fall. We've had that before a couple years, right? So that's what we're looking at. We're trying to make sure that we have everything in its proper season, and thereby adding a 13th month as necessary, as needed, to make sure that all the major holy days fall within their proper month. Passover being in the spring for sure, First Fruits being in the summer for sure, Tabernacles being in the fall for sure, Dedication being in the winter for sure. All right, so if you keep it this month or next month, as long as you keep it, that's what's key. And then as we go on, we'll try to forecast it a bit sooner so that we have more insight into, all right, here's when we're going to keep this day and that day, and here's why. And here's how we make sure that all the holy days are in their proper season. All right, so with that, we'll say Shah Shabbat once again. Joshua 23-24 next week. And Most High's will, we'll talk to everybody in the classes during the week that are upcoming. Let's do the closing prayers now. Barakathe Yahweh by Hashem Yahweh Shai, Asherah, Nathanawa, Parya, Gapan, Thwada, Aman. La Yahweh by Hashem Yahweh Shai, Av, Yasher Allah. English translation. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the fruit of the vine. Thank you, so be it. To Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, with Israel. I Madwa, Panyua, Yerushalayim, stand and face Jerusalem. Yahweh Bashem, Yahweh Shai, Babakushab, Shemai, Lanawe, Aitha, Yam Yan, Aitha, Shalak, Mike Allah, Walla Allah Hayam, Tazwadakiam, La Shemar Ayel, Barak, Rapha, Magan, Wakazayak, Banya, Yashala, Washalak, Lanawa Rabium, Kakama Rabium, Da'ai Rabium, Bayanad Rabium, Sabalanwath Rabium, Amawan Rabium, Aqua Rabium, Ahabium, Rabium, Haganad, Rachanaya, Wasalak, Ho Katsamnawa, La Akim, Wa Akiwa. We are Aleph and Yad Y Walam Bashem Yahweh Shai for what Amen. English translation. Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, please listen to us now, right now. Send Michael and the righteous powers to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the children of Israel. And send to us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, much love, much spiritual protection, and forgive all our sins. For the brothers, sisters in Israel, always and forever, in the name of Yahweh Shai, thank you, so be it. The Four Corners Prayer. Yahweh Bashem, Yahweh Shai, Barak Nawa, Wayasha Allah, Wabat Yasaparim, Shema Yashirallah, Yahweh. English translation. Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, bless us in Israel in the house of books, or the school. And then we said, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. So with that, we'll say, Shalom, Wa, Arab Tawa, or rather, Manakha Tawa, good afternoon. Wa Shah Shabbat, happy Sabbath.
Shabbat shalom.
Shalom.
Shalom.